Loud. Alrighty. Let us continue where we had just left off, which was 2 weeks ago. We had been... Hello, hello. Hello, Dawn. That raid sound gets me every time. Aw, shit. Hello. We just started some Pillars of Eternity. I like the little emote. Tomb. Yes, we had just actually got a party wipe in some crazy wizard's basement. Been doing some experiments on spirits. Or something. But we got a party wipe and we're all the way back at the beginning, so we get to experience it all again. Taking an awful long time to load, isn't it? It is a big game, isn't it? Pretty far in. Yeah, we're in the DLC area. Oh god, how do I play this again? Doesn't help that I've been playing Kingmaker so much.
I'll see what's ahead.
Similar game style, entirely different controls and system. Okay, here we are. Yes, the Recluse. This is the guy. Galvino. An eccentric smith and animancer. They're always a bit weird, aren't they? We have this team. We have our two new friends. Poor Kana, so far behind. Alright, let's read forward. Fast mode.
What have we here?
Yes, it's been a bit. It's been 2 weeks. Oh god. Are these the ones that explode? Guess we should just open up with something. Let's see what we can do. Let's try to remember how to do this. Stun seems fun.
Aye?
Zawa. Barbarian. You. Rotting flesh constructs. And misshapen constructs. None of these are ones that blow up. I hope... Again, I feel like it's a little loud. I'd always do this. How would effects go down? We probably don't want to use too much of our stuff right off the bat. He is getting his ass kicked. No, this. Let's do his little fancy move to have him duplicate and create 2 more. A very fun little ability of his. And second wind, you do this and then move up. Big beam of death. There we go. We are getting there. They're a little tough. They're a bit nasty, these guys, but overall we seem fine. It is also a difficulty thing, I think.
This is getting nowhere.
It's immune to something. I don't know what. Immune to one of her abilities. We're all fine though. I think our issue last time when we did this was we accidentally...
Not a sound.
It's done.
We didn't rest when we should have. We were a little too aggressive and got ourselves killed, which was not fun. We have more random traps. Dump those into our bag. Gelatinous green film is congealed on the bottom of the shattered machine. These crates hold innumerable discarded mechanical hinges, faceplates, and limbs. There's a door here. Oh, these are the ones that explode. Unstable constructs. Yeah, let's try to kill them quick, yes. That. I'm hoping we can stun them. That one's stunned. This one's gonna die. Yep, there it went.
Oh?
Combat's not still active, is it? Yes. And this paper contains a loose list of apparent personages separated by dates. And these are different days that I'm not even going to try. Long Watch Falls, bandit, some smuggler, murderer, nice hair, idiot who tried to knife me. On the list is a note in a different hand. Diveris, devil, just give me numbers.
Certainly.
Oh, we weren't stealthing. Ah. That's awkward. Right. Still like Stunning Scream. I think it's just good. It's just a good one. It's a good ability. Oh, I think one of them, they might be calling for help, that one. She angry. She big and mad. I don't know who's making those grunting noises. Is it her? Or the monsters? Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Kingmaker again, and it has its flaws, but I've been very much enjoying it. Getting on in, I think, chapter 4. I'm taking my time. It's a big game, and there's lots to do, but...
I shall be discreet.
Yeah, it's a lot like this game. Viscous green liquid seeps from a crack in this glass tank. It exudes a strong chemical odor that is almost painful to inhale. Trap detected. Okay, I'm going to save here, because I'm going to make sure to save everywhere, so we don't have a repeat of last time.
Yes?
Yes?
Tell me.
How may I help?
Fire. They don't like electricity. So... let's work on that, I guess.
How may I help?
Just try to avoid touching the thing,
Following your...
please.
Lead the way.
Gonna. Nope. I think I might have accidentally told him to try to disarm by accident, and...
Oh?
No, what are you doing? Attack. Attack. increase their defenses. And then just kind of go wild. I want to make sure we don't step into whatever this trap is, because it's probably not good. Yes, be careful of it. You two, nope.
Yes.
Climb your way around. Let's be very careful. Oh shit.
Indeed.
Another one came around the corner. We're fine though. It is really going for the electricity, isn't it?
Yes.
Backspace to select them all. There we go. We can disarm it easily. I think the other ones have a little bit of a problem with it. There's obviously a secret there. I don't remember how we get into that. Oh, that's how.
I can get it to spill its secrets.
A broken construct. Ah, your money or your life, friend. A tinny voice rises from within the chest of this headless machine. From time to time, a burst of sparks accompanies the rattling of its innards. Excuse me? Get a little lost, did we? There's a toll on these roads. 500 copper have a new set of nostrils to breathe out of. Its arms twitch spasmodic. Is that a word? Spasmodically. That's not... Okay. I came here to help you. You're free of this place. Free? What are you on about? You're in a cell. Look around you. Philosopher, is it? All of us trapped within the cages of our own iniquity? I'll have none of that. There's a minute quality to the voice now, and you hear a harsh metallic whine from within the construct's frame. The door's right there. Be free. Hey, you're right. It's wide open. Takes a lurching step forward. A fierce, bright light shines within the construct's frame. Ah, farewell, stranger. I'm free.
No cell can hold me.
I wasn't going to attempt that voice. I just did whatever kind of came to mind. There's also apparently a more feminine voice as well, which
What have we here?
can't really do, unsurprisingly. I could try, but I wasn't up to the task this time. Echoing misery. More defense when engaging. Ray of pain. Oh yeah, we've read these ones last time. There were soles of boots that were studded with pebbles and shards, and leather that chafed against feet for slaves as punishment. That's right.
Now here's something.
Disarm. Thank you. Let's have another save. I'm going to be saving much more often now because I don't want to have a repeat of last time. Galvino's workshop. Iron construct. Oh, those are more of the same. Okay. Right, just run at him. Let's go. Honestly, Kana, run in there as well. Armor bypass. You... more lightning, because they don't like it. And... I guess a stun over there for that. Ow. Holy shit. Okay, yep, there's a lot here, and they're a lot. Right, should we try the flame, this thing? Might want to. Yeah, I think we're gonna go for that flame, because it's just... It's a lot, it's probably gonna be good. say. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Careful. Get this spell off and then help. Yep, be very careful over there. Just don't go in there. Don't go over there. You will die. You will die. Actually, brave it. It can't be that bad, can it? No, it's fine. We just throw out a little of that to help. I think this was the fight that really did us in. That's why we were so weak coming into this one.
That's not very good.
He kind of does pretty good damage against these, I think, because he has, he can bypass damage pretty well. With the stock.
Yes?
Maybe I'll keep him on the S-Stock, because he also, his current song, his chant, is tailored to being in the middle of combat. So maybe we should keep that. Not a sound. Subject, Baelsier. She has outdone her... one more time. She has outdone herself with this one, Baelsier. A common robber with some natural talent for cipher abilities has gone to his head. The Botso believes he's the next Antonino, I think. In any case, the world would be well rid of him. Still, he has yielded promising results. His mind is almost perfectly intact. I might even have been able to determine whether there's merit in his delusions about his soul lineage. But I made the foolish mistake of leaving the man's pistol on my work table. His essence is bound to the weapon rather than the body I undertook to build for him. Even bodiless, this fool seeks to trouble me. I've sealed him within one of the tanks. I have to proof the machines against the free-roaming experiments while I think of a solution. Until then, I suppose I must endure the company while I work. And I think he was the one that... Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Does this... Can I do this real quick? Fuck.
I was enjoying myself.
Holy shit.
Yes.
There was a trap, and... Okay, you know, I think we're gonna have to rest after that one. Holy hell. Tufts of hair are still stuck to the metal slats of this helmet. You spy dark smudges on the edges of the manacles. And sparks crawl over the wires and plates of this machine, illuminating the innards with each burst of light. Can we rest in here? We can. Do we have against... what type are they? Are they constructs? Cyclopedia. Bestiary. Constructs. They are counted as constructs, aren't they? Oh no, they're vessels. Really? They're counted as vessels. Okay. These are vessels. Okay, then. Accuracy vessels, then. Apparently they count as vessels. I mean they are literally a vessel, but still. You know, I'll go for that for them. And keep heal multiply on the rest. Please rest. Help us. We're in a bad way from that. I think that is actually what weakened us to the point where Vok here died. This does something. You hear a short series of clicks from around the corner. You hear a faint, reedy voice singing tunelessly, and this released him. I'll have her Frenzy and then attack. You can attack. I will have you... It's immune... It's resistant to stun. Okay, I would just raw damage then. Upon a charge in, just attack. You can try Interdiction. It can be dazed. And so we will. I'm free, Galvino. I will eat your heart, old man.
Free.
Oh.
Galvino, I will eat your heart.
I paused it and I think I... Yeah, he was actually saying it though, which... Okay, I didn't expect that. I started to read it myself and turns out, actually, he did it for us. That doesn't usually happen. I guess because it is the DLC. The DLC, just like the second one, has more voice in it because they could afford both the money and the time to have more voices, I believe. Because they had limited resources for the original game, I think.
Oh?
I think. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. A fancy gun. We have Fellstroke. Grants ambushing. Passive. More damage. Okay. And extra stealth. Adventurers from all over Eora go to the Living Lands in search of fame and fortune. Antonino went to rob them. He earned a reputation as a cunning thief in Bia Gepi, but a reputation is the last thing a cunning thief needs. So he left, and indeed the Valiant Republics as well for fresh opportunities in the Living Lands, taking with him little more than his coin purse and a fresh change of small clothes, which are, undergarments. Unfortunately, Antonino soon learned that the hardened treasure hunters of the Living Lands were little like the plump merchants of the Republics. Within a few weeks, he'd exhausted his meager supplies and had earned nothing for his suffering. Desperate, he stumbled across the rough-looking pair from the Deadfire Archipelago and begged to share their fire. They agreed too easily. When the bandits made their move, Antonino was ready. He snatched the pistol from one and fired on the other. When the first attacker advancing, he pulled the trigger again, only to hear a dull thud. While his assailant laughed, Antonino pulled back and struck the man's bald head with his pistol. The bandit collapsed dead instantly. That's a hell of an arm. Antonino eventually became a successful and feared robber and the subject of many campfire tales. Even as his fortunes increased, he kept the stolen pistol, a sturdy piece of case-hardened metal that served him throughout his career. Well, Durance does have a pistol. Comparatively... Well, the spark, I think we made it so it has shock damage, but... We'll keep a hold on it, at least. We'll put it in his pocket in case the monk wants a gun as a backup. Let's quickly save, because this is right around the point that we died last time and had to do the whole dungeon again, and I don't want to do that again. So let's save very quickly. Explore this. I have the feeling the secret door is where Galvino himself is, but he might be over here. It might be the other direction. Burning flesh, that's fine. Unstable, that's a little more concerning. A lot of them. Do we have any good AoE? It's been a little while. We have this, which can petrify, but you'd have to get too close. I get the feeling that Fireball won't work well on him. Actually, very low fire damage reduction. Strange. We're just going to advance. Let's just assign targets. I will throw a stun. They can be stunned. Yes? Yes. And... might as well.
Yes.
There are a few of them. Got knocked on her ass. There, this is gonna be bad. Yep. You know it. Because they're all gonna blow. They love their fireball. Yes, keep healing. We have triage as well now, so we can pretty easily... I just want to test. We can, if we all gang up on one, kill it before it explodes. Good to know.
Let's see what lies this way.
We do have field triage on a few of our people if they get too low in health. Ah, trap.
Now here's something.
The traps in this dungeon are nasty. Oh, this was just a concussive. One of these, I think we might have picked an extra one up, was devastating. Boiling spray? No, it might have been... Well, chaotic orb is nasty as well. We got hit with a chain lightning trap or something. It almost downed the entire party. Nasty stuff. Creeper on the corner. We spotted a construct. This place is just a mad lab, isn't it? Is there only one? Ow. No tactic, just rush. Is there really just one?
Nice and quiet.
Evidently so. This has got to be trapped down here as well, right? Yep, I almost walked into it, even after saying that. Oh, we failed to disarm. Okay. That was a misclick. Oh, that's fine. Honestly, I can deal with that.
Hello? Hello?
How do we get in here? Is this a way that we can only get in through here? I think it is. Okay. Let's rush then. I and Zawa can help there, and you can do that. Let's split a little bit. Actually, I'm going to throw out this little Chaos Bolt again. I actually really like that one. That's a good one. You interdiction, and then hold off for that for now. Oh, we can do double. Do double Zawa. Oh, yeah. Go forth.
Zawa is ready.
Zawa is ready.
This is getting nowhere.
Oh, they're right in the middle. I want you up close. They're going to explode, yes, but want to make sure that you could heal immediately. Like that.
Certainly.
Everyone's topped up. We're getting a little low on health, though. That is slightly concerning.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, we found a weapon. And crumpled experimental notes. This crumpled piece of parchment was found jammed inside the faceplate of a construct. My efforts to instill even a child's intelligence in these creations have all failed. Most cannot hold a quill, much less set thoughts to paper. I believe for some time that Subject 63 might have had a breakthrough during its lessons, but I discovered that it had simply been repeating my words without comprehension. These were not enlightened characters while they wore their original skins. Perhaps their essence lacks a fundamental capacity for learning. I put them to the test in more martial arts, but here too they falter without the benefit of true sentience. The devil, of course, delights in mocking them. It's like boasting of besting children at combat. I only had my old machines. We got a fancy... We did. Oh, just an exceptional rapier. Okay. I mean, it is fancy, but...
Oh, and if I find something good, you can have half.
A cell key, which we already unlocked that cell because we're awesome. This might loop around again. Yeah, double check that everything's good over here. Everything copacetti? Yes, it is. Alright. I'm gonna save again just because I don't remember last time I did. Go away, GeForce game driver. Not now. Kind of busy. Lever. Secret. Oh, we don't have the proper key. Okay. This platter's gone entirely untouched, leaving the tantalizing meal to the flies. Disgusting. Experimental notes. As hastily written entries dotted with blots of ink. I refuse to continue wasting my time with these stitch-rich grotesqueries. That's a fun word. What work is spent in granting the rotting corpse the feeblest spark of life is later tripled in repairs. Truly, they come apart at the seams. The sight of them in the corridors has come to disgust me. They hold nothing of the subject's vitality, intelligence, coordination, only a brute obedience. Flesh is too gentle a grasp upon the essence, that much is clear. Little wonder the fools at Brackenbury were willing to pawn these sorry specimens off so cheaply. Madicho, the stench. And a fancy workshop key that might open up this. But we'll get back to that. We'll explore this way first. There's an enemy. Rush him. It's actually probably a bad idea because it's a very narrow corridor. Unless... can throw... death clouds back here. Let's do that. Let's just have everyone hold their ground here and fire into this area. Myself included. And we'll throw detonate.
Yes.
They're immune to, I think, the sickened is what they're immune to. Just throw that at the door. I'll have him do his fists of power here. This should hopefully take care of them. Maybe not, though. Maybe... I don't actually know. I never actually really looked at what type of damage that does. Burn damage. It's alright. Burn damage is alright to them. Oh yeah, it's doing something at least. Maybe not to them, actually. Strangely enough, strangely enough, they don't really care that much about burn. You would think that being they do burn damage, they'd... Uh-oh. There goes Zawa. He just got obliterated. We can fix that. We can revive him quickly. There we go. He is not death now.
But there's a lesson to be taught.
Probably should switch back to our normal weapons. This is a little bit of a mess. It's fine. Just heal yourself a little bit. Perfect.
Certainly.
That went well.
Nice and quiet.
And it could have went worse. White Inifer. Were we looking for that, or were we looking for a different drink? An impressive assortment of wine bottles line these shelves. Most appear to be Valian vintages. Oh wait, we were looking for some, or is that a different? No, we don't need alcohol anymore, do we? That was a different thing. That was different, I believe, wasn't it? All that. There we are. I think we still have it somewhere. Did we fail it because we told on him? I think we might have. I'm going to save now because, again, don't want to have to do any of this over again. Even if technically we never got to this area originally, so. This is all new to us. These are flesh constructs. Go around the corner and throw lightning at them, please. Be very careful. Yep, I was afraid of that one. There's a trap there, okay. Just be careful of that. It's getting close, just so you can heal. And we'll throw another little spell at him. I do love that bouncing missiles. It's probably my favorite spell in the game. The entire game, it's probably my favorite. Oh, you were so close to death there.
Yes?
Someone please disarm that trap before it's a problem. Oh, we failed. Cool. This hulking contraption hums with power. Approaching within a few feet sets a peculiar buzzing in your teeth. Found more money and more bits. I will go around this trap carefully. Beep beep boop. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome,
Now here's something.
Robot Remy. Beep boop. Welcome. Just in time for us to get our ass kicked by more metal men. A robot. Very good movie.
Zawa is ready.
Very good movie.
Uh-huh.
What?
That's all I think of when I hear a robot.
Hi?
Following your lead.
Let's just heal people's health up a little bit. We need more people with field triage.
Yes?
How you doing, though? How's your day been? And yesterday as well. Hope you had a relaxing day, at least.
Zawa is ready.
Oh, fuck. We escaped the trap, barely. Bleh. Sorry to hear that. Too bad. Hopefully it wasn't awful, but it... yeah. Oh, fuck. We're gonna die. What are you doing back here, you motherfucker? Lay off. Oh, a trap knocked Zawa out. Yeah, fair. Very fair. Oh, fuck, are we dead? Hold up. Better not be dead, or we'd have to redo this fight again. You know what? I think we're dead, so let's rest and then do that again. But yeah, people are, but you're free of them now. Now it's relax time, hopefully. Treat yourself to oblivion. and mindless ramble.
Certainly.
AC like aircon, air conditioning?
Zawa is ready.
Zawa is ready.
Tell me.
Following your lead.
What?
Aye?
Maybe we should prep as much as we can, which is not a lot, to be fair. Oh, Animal Crossing, I see. Hell yeah. Nice game to kill some time with. Some relax. It's a weird day. Just a strange day. Let's get some jerky. Jerky. Fish. Can't buff the hell out of people like it's in Pathfinder.
Zawa is ready.
Yes, come back here. Uh-oh. Oh, they're gonna do their thing. Do we have to rush in there instead? It's very bad idea to just... Fuck it, we're gonna try. In we go. It's a bit of a clusterfuck, but let's try that instead. Going in. Bad idea, I think. Very bad idea. Oh, I see. This is the issue. Well, just everyone mob. Where is Alof? Please run. Run very far, please. No, go away. Go away. Back. Back, demons. Back. Leave me. Aha. Oh, that was good. Yeah. It's that. Oh yeah, it's that time of year as well, isn't it? It's the holidays. Godspeed, Spider-Man. Bad time.
Yeah. Yes?
Lead the way.
This mannequin's head has been all but seared away by some unknown spell. The wood is warped and pitted through.
I see what you're getting at.
Oh?
I can get it to spill its
It's done.
Boots of stability. Anyone not have boots? No, they all got boots. The discarded note reads, Maricho, 3 weeks of hard work gone, and a fully articulated frame with them. These crude materials are more unstable than expected, though no less expensive. I'll try a slower process. More electricity, perhaps. Along with the bottom of the page, a scroll addendum reads, Too much electricity. Will require more subjects. Oh, there's a
Unseen.
hand. Oh, I don't like that implication. Can't point that out if. Yeah, very, very fair. I get you, my guy. Definitely. It's Yep. Feel free to rant. I understand. Oh no, it's I completely get it. I most of my experience has luckily with my work wasn't with people, but before that I did have to work with the public bit here and there, and yeah, I get you 100%. Don't worry, I understand. No judgment.
I'll see what I can find.
But I feel like this is death. Because it was. Because it was in fact death. That's why.
I'd welcome some rest.
Not a sound.
No disagreement, definitely.
I can get it to spill its
Problem is that most people are good. But it's the occasional person that just kind of ruins everything, isn't it? It's got a part of mechanical finger joints lie strewn across the desk. And arranged from top to bottom, these boxes boast increasingly intricate locks. A few broken lock picks lie discarded on the shelves.
I can get it to spill
Luckily,
its
we are
sockets.
very good lockpicks. So, got a crowbar, prayer against restraint, or a pry bar as the game calls it. But I am American, so I say crowbar. Yes, Girdle of Eton Constitution. We have one of those on some people, right? Yeah, him. Healing bonus. Does that mean he receives extra healing? If we gave him more con, though. His health and endurance do increase. I think let's just go for con. I don't know. Is it the wrong system for that? Because I do that in other, like So Lost and Pathfinder is more con, more good. Because you get more health and you just, in general, live longer. Is that the case in this? Or would I be better off with Healing Belt? I have no idea. We'll see how it works. And we're going to have to take a rest here because I foresee bad times beyond this door. We're going to have to fight Galvino himself. Oh, God. Oh my, you are a dapper-looking gentleman. Look at you. Galvino. I love the mustache. An elderly man hunches over a cluttered desk in the back of the workshop. His flesh is pulled tightly around thin, fragile-looking bones, except around his neck, where it hangs in loose wattles. I know, right? He needs a fancy hat. Something big and ostentatious. It would just complete the look. Or like a steampunky top hat with goggles. I actually think he would look pretty good with that, too. Now he turns as you enter, a scowl already chiseled into his lined face.
Back again? I told you.
He hesitates, squinting at you from behind smudged and dusty spectacles.
Of course, a fresh fool to replace the last fools. What brings you stomping through my workshop, eh?
He draws his words out, looking you up and down. A sneer creeps across his face. Sell false teeth. I got questions about the place. Please don't be crazy.
Straight to business, no nonsense. We appreciate that, don't we?
He turns to the bronze golem over his shoulder. This lady here.
Anything for a breather from your endless yammering.
She talks. The Devil of Carrock. Why does that sound so familiar? Is that a serial killer? Uh-oh. The voice echoes from within the golem. I have got a fancy for this in already, said Aloth. Bear.
Hear that, Timora? Another who would tolerate your barbs and insults.
Let's just...
But you come seeking the White Forge, like they all do. Boys with smooth cheeks and wild dreams. Girls with bright ribbons tied next to their scabbards. Old men and women, too, seeking a final blaze of glory before they're snuffed out for another turn at the wheel. Sound familiar?
His smile is rigid as he looks at you, and the corner of his eye twitches. You said this all before, I take it.
I have this conversation with every pig-headed swashbuckler those Postonagos and stalwarts send here. Go see Galvino, they say. Surely he'll help you.
Must have slipped their minds what a busy and important fellow you are.
The silence that follows, the temperature in the room seems to drop. Galvino glares at her. Is this the same actress who does the barbarian friend we have, Maneha? It sounds similar.
I should have let them stone you. Would have silenced your endless rattling forever.
Then you'd have naught but those frostbitten inbreds for company.
You're upset. There's an old wounded stalwart, then.
The spiteful imbeciles destroyed my career, ruined years of work. But let us focus on the reason for your visit, yes?
This entire thing is a little strange. I don't know if I trust him.
The villagers and their adventurers hammer and pry at the battery as if they were laying siege to some moldering lord's keep. But those stones were laid by some of the finest builders ever to have lived, disciples of Abidan in the truest sense. They will not fall by the whims of any kith, and the door itself, it is infused with living essence.
Whoever's themselves must have had a way of getting in, right?
Perfecto! This is the crux of the matter. The Pargrunen of Durgan's battery perished within their own keep, victims of a violent disagreement among their own commandants.
Pargrun are the type of dwarves.
Surely in the village you have heard stories, no? Disappearing caravans, tracks in the snow, screams from the high towers.
He pauses, watching her expression with a raconteur's glee. I don't know what that word means. Connor, well, go on. I like this story so far.
The work of spirits still trapped in the battery, and a testament to those impenetrable walls.
He raps on the mortared stone of his own house.
But the door of the keep, the one the Pargrunen filled with essence, it was made to listen, to recognize its masters.
Yeah, I sense a catch.
Traditional Aptapo cultures revolved around language. Words revealed who they were and where they were from.
An interesting tradition. You can start introducing everyone in verse. Is it a singing door?
That is why you need a Carrick.
We apparently have enough lore. Oh, is it like a... Yes, I believe those are... No, let's just ask him outright what they are. Because I actually have no idea. Apparently they're a dwarf thing.
Some liken it to a poem, others to an anthem. In reality, it is more than either.
He holds one hand out, turning it this way and that in a balancing motion.
A Kantek is a statement of purpose, a declaration of identity. Each is unique to its stronghold.
Melon. Celiodora, the key of words, and any liar can talk his way through. There's nothing built of words that won't break when the slightest stress is applied, says Durrance.
Thus, to enter a fortress like Durgan's battery, you would stand at the gate and recite its Kantek.
Very well. Where would I learn this Kantek?
To learn the Kantek, you must speak with one of the dwarves of Durgan's battery. A shame they are all dead, no?
Yeah, shame.
But no doubt their souls live on in one or two of the villagers of Stalwart. Like fine wine poured into a cheap pot.
Is that why we have a quest for the fisherman?
But to identify them, that is the first problem. You would need the skills of an animancer.
I don't trust this guy. I don't think we should tell him either of these things. You're an animancer, though. The golem's head turns in one slow, oil-smooth movement.
Yeah, Galvino, why don't you go back to Stalwart? Oh, there's a sight I'd rust my joints to see.
Enough!
He snatches an ink pot from the desk and hurls it at the golem. It flies wide, splattering the wall with ink. Motionless, the golem watches him with her black glass eyes.
I shall speak no more of that damned village.
I like this robot. I'm pretty sure we've heard the name, though, before, and I'm pretty sure that was like a serial killer or something. Or a murderer. I feel like we read it in a book somewhere. I guess we have to tell him that we're a watcher. The golem swivels her head towards you. Her mask of a face and the glass eyes behind it betray no emotion. It seems as she's watching you carefully.
A watcher? Diverus? If this is true, then you could find a sole descendant from Durgan's battery, no question. But the greater difficulty remains. You would have to learn the Kantek from the dormant soul. And to do that, You would have to awaken it.
Yes, awakening is permanent, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Whoever you awaken will live with the memories and the personality of a past life. Maybe peacefully, maybe not. That is why you must pay attention to the soul you would awaken, no?
Yeah, hopefully not a bad one.
It is a monumental thing to impose on another, but these are the very people who wish to rediscover the White Forge, Verus?
How would I don't even know how we would awaken.
An awakening is merely the jolting of a dormant soul into consciousness.
He makes a bursting motion with his hands, splaying his fingers wide.
When such things happen normally, it is because something has reminded the subject of a past life, often violently so.
He smacks his workbench with surprising vigor. Aloth flinches. Poor boy.
Thus, to awaken one of the former dwarves of Durgan's battery, you will need to address that soul, and preferably by name.
He folds his hands together, steepling his fingers.
But show some care. When you examine these souls, whatever it is you watchers do, you may see images, memories.
Yeah.
These are moments of special import. What you see will tell you much about the person, and perhaps the condition in which they awaken. Awaken them from a traumatic memory, and who knows? Maybe they awaken thirsty for blood. Or maybe you awaken someone else.
And who knows? Could be there's a soul or two could use a good whipping up, says Aloth.
Here, this has been tuned to the Aeon of Durgan's battery. Use it near the villagers, and it should tell you if one has a soul old enough to have come from the battery.
He rummages around and produces an unfamiliar device. So I just need a contact,
Who
is.
can say? None have yet opened Durgan's battery. But the ones that came before you, I think they got close. You may wish to find them and see what they discovered.
I apparently found them. A journal and a tile.
Most interesting. They spent many days at the battery door. This looks like something that once belonged there.
Thank you.
You have much work ahead of you, as do I.
I'm going with him.
Oh. The golem looks between you, her neck turning on its oil joint.
You? Go to Stalwart? Is this your macabre sense of humor, or has something gone to rust in that beautiful head I crafted?
No one will bother me while I'm with him. Besides, I can help him find people in Stalwart.
Her burnished face is eerily impassive.
You haven't been to Stalwart in 13 years. And this watcher sees souls. What help could you be? Besides, I have need of you here. You owe whatever remains of your wicked life to me.
Frown settles on his lips as he taps his chest with a crooked finger. The golem says nothing, but her essence smolders. Resentment rises from her in shimmering waves. She swivels her head to look at you. What's the story between you two?
This charming specimen is a convicted murderer. The Devil of Carrick, she's called.
Yeah, we heard of that name.
Mighty fine of you to start with my good qualities, and you wonder why we don't get more visitors.
I like her.
Killed over a dozen people before they finally caught up to her in Stalwart. Perfect company for lonely camps and mountain passes, no?
He nudges you, all the while grinning wickedly at the motionless golem.
Hey, I know how to start a campfire.
The only reason she's not a frozen corpse is because I convinced the old mayor to let me try an experiment.
Put a person's soul into a metal body. Well, he said that flesh was a poor anchor, so...
Into a work of art! Look at this! Craftsmanship worthy of a jeweler!
He traces the scrollwork that runs along the golem's jaw.
Fully articulated joints, capable of grasping a pen and writing her own name.
Grabs her hand, delicately bends her tapered fingers.
And of crushing your throat.
She snatches her hand away.
Show me another smith anywhere in the Deerwood who is capable of such delicacy and precision. She is a masterpiece.
Why did you build her?
Why build a fortress or a village or anything? To make something that keeps, that... It was the early days of the legacy. My peers in the colleges of animancy were filling the Hollowborn with the souls of animals.
Aloth, you're right. By comparison, this sounds perfectly sane. He rolls his eyes.
I thought there was a better way.
He's silent for several seconds, his gaze growing distant.
One with a plum academy job back in Salona? Don't forget that part.
He glares at it with narrowed eyes. I really like her. Murderer or not, I like her. I like her attitude. Why is she called the Devil of Carrock?
She committed her first crime in the village of Carrick. Burned their family alive in their home.
Ah. Awkward.
Did the same thing in half a dozen other villages, but the name stuck.
Is it problematic that I like her? I don't care. I think she's fun. Take it your experiment didn't go so well with the rest of the village.
Here we go.
Oh, she rolls her eyes, rasping them against their sockets.
They were going to stone her anyway. Why not allow her to be put to some useful purpose?
My life's ambition. To serve somebody's useful purpose.
I approached Mayor Sinahio and begged. He saw the potential and allowed me the privilege of attempting my little experiment.
He sneers at the words and the indignity they recall. His soldiers are stooped and his teeth bared.
Then, I accomplished what few animancers have even dreamed of. No academic support, no patron. Just me in the middle of nowhere.
To be fair, it isn't a very impressive feat. Very impressive.
Oh, now you got them all wound up.
I transferred a fully intact soul from a living subject to a fabricated body. She retained her personalities, her memories, all of it. Yet the villagers saw only a stolen corpse.
Aren't you afraid she'll murder you?
She may be mad, but she's no fool. She wouldn't survive long on her own. If the villagers didn't send a hunting party after her, the elements would claim her. Her joints and mechanisms require maintenance, and she cannot perform all of it herself.
See, he's reminding me. In case I get any bright ideas.
She's a fine specimen, her personality notwithstanding.
Oh, I kind of like her. Think she could be fun. We're definitely bringing her with us. Who are we going to replace is the question. I wonder what she is as well. Yes, I'd like her to travel with me.
No, you don't know what you ask.
Shakes his head, waving his hands.
This woman, the Devil of Carrick, she was a notorious murderer, burned people alive all over the region.
We've already been over this.
Besides, she works for me. After all, I am the one who preserved her.
I like, because we have perception. Let me parade her around town. It'll infuriate those villagers. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
So you get use of the Devil's services, and I get the satisfaction of knowing those stiffnecks are sweating through their small clothes, eh?
He sighs, but a small grin has already worked its way across his face.
It's a deal.
Hell yeah.
Fine price for a blacksmith striker. Suppose I should be flattered.
And there you have it, a bargain.
Fish, guts, and murder. That is the achievement for getting both of them. Who? I don't even know what she is. She's a rogue. I guess we could sub out
Safe travels.
Anna for a bit. See how that goes. Sure.
A moment. You are going back to Stalwart, yes? Perhaps you could do me a favor.
What?
There is a man in the village named Grinde, the head fisherman.
Okay, so this is the fisherman quest, apparently.
The rest of Stalwart kisses his feet because he fills their stinking blades with speckleback. But I know he's not as virtuous as he seems.
Seems like you have a history with Grinde.
That self-righteous meddler engineered my eviction from the village. He turned them all against me. Now I want him to feel the scorn of those mush-brained imbeciles.
What exactly do you want me to do to him?
Humiliate him, of course. Show his neighbors what he truly is, and let him live with the disgrace.
Points vaguely in the direction of the village, his thin arm trembling.
He's always been a ripple sponge addict. just got good at hiding it once his sainted sister died and left him in charge of the fishery. But he keeps a stash in the fishery, sneaks in at night when the others have gone home, and emerges sluggish and red-eyed a few hours later. I want you to expose him. Go to the fishery after dark when it's empty. Find his ripple sponge and show it to Renengild. Do not answer me now. But when you return to that festering eyesore and smell the stink of fish that hangs in the air, consider what I've said. Your misgivings collect like grime on a doorstep. But think, if this Green Day is a fraud, does he not deserve to be exposed? But be sure to approach the fishery by night, when it's empty. They will give you no end of trouble if they see you stealing during the day.
So we already asked all of these. We asked all of these. What are those constructs that I encountered in your workshop? Also, hope there's no hard feelings. I kind of destroyed them all.
Other projects, they are none of your concern.
Seem pretty eager to change the subject.
For years, I've been trying to create another like the Devil of Carrick. Yet those post-Enagos in Stalwart destroyed my machinery. Now, I can only create these broken, mindless things. The Devil remains my most perfect creation.
Why do you need more of
I can't
them?
present the Devil of Carrick to the academies, can I?
That is true.
A mad woman and a murderer? No. I need to bring a success to the Republics. Something else? Quay.
Just so we don't have an issue, let's not ask about the experiments, because we know where he got the souls.
Right here.
Devil of Carrock. I just really like her entire aesthetic. I like the voice. Yes, she's a murderer, but, I mean... Deerwood Trapper, Advanced Construct, Level 1 Rogue. Now what the hell do rogues do in this game? She's a living machine. She's immune to Dominate, Sicken, Confuse, and Conscious Charm. That's amazing. Immune to disease, poison effects. She can't use food, drink, or drugs. That's fine. Extra might. That's really good, actually. Blinding Strike. Dirty attack makes the opponent unable to see, inflicts extra damage, and blinds the target once per encounter. She's a machine. Ordinary Field Charge is useless. Magic of Potions still affect her. Okay, so she can still take potions. Second one, of course. I don't know why I clicked that. Sneak Attack. Uses the rogue's ability to approach unseen, adding weapon damage to her attacks when the target is blinded, flanked, hobbled, paralyzed, petrified, prone, stuck, stunned, or weakened, as well as when any target is struck within 2 seconds of combat starting. Ah, okay. Well, first let's outfit her. We can't unequip her body, which, I mean, makes sense. We can enchant her, though. Fitted the face with onyx eyes. Smooth finish reflects the devil's surroundings impassively. Occasionally a glint of imperfections within the stone. Some deep-seated spark of malevolence shines through. We can enhance it. I will. I'll wait on the attribute bonus for now. What is the particular shock? Let's give her shock proof then. Because robots don't like shock. So we'll try to even out her weakness. Just search these for magic items as well. I guess we should try to, for the accuracy, give her a one-handed weapon. Extra damage inflicted over time? We could give her one of our older weapons, a stiletto. Weidricht, stiletto. 10% of hits convert to crits, exceptional. That's not bad. Plus a dagger is fitting thematically. A stock, a mace, a rapier. A rapier actually fits pretty well for her, doesn't it? Didn't Aloth have a fancy rapier as his melee weapon? Plus extra damage against prone, stunned, flanked. Absolutely. Because that already gets sneak attack. That'll be her melee weapon. Aloth can... He's never going to be a melee, but we can give him a dagger, I guess. You know, we can give him a quarterstaff, right? Sure. We're never really going to do it melee with Aloth because he's the wizard. Let's give him a quarterstaff just in case. Her for ranged... Do we have any bows, or do we not have any bows on us? I kind of want... I don't want a crossbow, I want a bow. For attack speed. We'll keep an eye out for that. I feel like we'd probably make her melee. I guess we'd give her a gun. It's stealthy. It fits. Why not? Gets ambushing, which gives her more damage. Yeah, absolutely. Let's give her a gun for now. Now we have to look for magic items. We just got a new person. Let's load them out as best as we can. Boots. Lots of boots. We have speed, constitution, sneak attack bonus. I mean, that just makes sense, right? Bracers, deflection, melee damage bonus, accurate. Let's go with deflection. For her head. I mean, I don't really like the look of really any headgear in this game, I'll be honest. But that's just me. Stalker, fast draw. I guess I'll give her this for the dex. Overseeing. Don't really have great rings either. Arcane dampener. I guess we'll give her the spellbind ring, and for now, I guess a healing ring. Dawn's pledge. Freeze DR observant. Requires more to flank. Aura of stealth. Extra perception, lore giving, perception resolve, dex. Recall. Noble creature. Summon noble creature. Summon a beagle dog. It's funny. Intellect, perception. Unconquerable. We have a lot of random items, so bear with me. Defiance of concentration. I'm used by ranger. She doesn't care about... How about... No, that's not really a good endurance bonus, is it? I will give her... Perception affects accuracy, does it? Hold on. It does. So we'll give her that. Give her... So she harder to flank and extra perception. So her accuracy is even higher. This should work for now, right? Yeah. Sure. Quick items, just throw some potions on her. Actually, we could give her traps, because she also has, with this, extra trap accuracy. Will we ever use these traps? Who knows? Worth a try, though. And just give her a potion. Not that we use potions either, because I always forget. Regeneration. Sure. Now we get to level her up and see what the hell she does. What is this? Oh, there it is. Resonance amplifier. We have the grace... Oh yeah, we had the sleeper, don't we? It's only bound to us, though, so we can't give it to her anyway. Saber? Yep. Let's level her up. I'm going to save before we do, just because it's just a habit, really. We have all the companions, though. We've gotten them all. I like her. Let's see what a rogue can do for us. I do like the design on the head. Really, her entire design's pretty cool. I guess stealth. Does mechanics help? I guess, yeah. Mechanics. Athletics for second wind. That'll probably be how we do it. Talents. What's backstab? Dramatically increases damage done from stealth or invisibility. May use melee range within 2 meters. So if he... I'll get it to try it, I guess, yeah. Oh, passively. So if she's invisibility or stealth, she automatically does more. Okay. We're learning. Rogue abilities. Crippling Strike. Twice per encounter, extra damage and hobbling any enemy hit. Reckless Assault, lowering the rogue's deflection, increasing accuracy and weapon damage. It's a modal. Once per encounter, break engagement, avoid the next attack. It's a temporary defense bonus. Passively increases hits to crits. Kind of like that. Kind of like Crippling Strike too, though. Because Hobbled then make... They're hobbled for 11, so their next attack... You know what? I'm going to go with Crippling Strike to start with, because that feels fun. I guess I'll keep boosting stuff like stealth and I guess mechanics. Actually, maybe we should put survival up a little bit just to get accuracy bonus versus creature type. Talent Shadowed Beyond, or Shadowing Beyond. Allows a character to temporarily turn invisible. You cannot detect invisible characters. Attacks made automatically count as sneak attack. Attacking casting a spell using a special ability or an item will end it. Amazing. We're getting that because that means that she automatically can get backstab. Twice per rest. So we still have these three. Finishing Blow. Twice per rest, Deadly Strike increases the damage the less endurance the target has. Riposte, passive, incoming melee attacks that target deflection and miss or graze have a chance of allowing an instant full attack riposte, only active with melee weapons equipped. Or passive Deep Wounds. All slash, pierce, crush damage cause her to do raw damage over time. Huh. I actually really like the riposte. Because if they miss or graze, then they instantly get an attack back. I like that. Stealth, that's all we want. I just want the accuracy bonus. Actually, maybe we should go all the way to bonus damage versus flank, but it's only one, so maybe not. We have this offensive, defensive, utility. Field Triage we probably should get eventually, just so she can use it on other people. Savage Attack, more damage, less accuracy. Modal. Marksman, Gunner, Implement. If we're doing just one, like a rapier, like a dueling style, plus 15% of hits convert to crits with one-handed melee weapons, we can get this and save ourselves having to get the rogue ability that does that. And it's better as well, technically. Sure. You know what? I'll get that. One-handed style. Because I like to think we're mostly going to be using her in melee. The pistol is just for right now. Just what we had on hand. But I do want to mostly use her for melee, I think. We're very melee heavy. Party, it seems. Adept Evasion. Passive, plus 75% of incoming grazes converted to misses. Plus 50% of incoming hits converted to grazes. Only for reflex attacks, though. That is pretty good, though, still. That's a lot of spells, I think. One quick move instantly switches position with one nearby target, canceling engagement if in effect. Automatic when targeting an ally, otherwise must hit versus an enemy reflex. Okay. Okay. Whenever the rogue is contributing to the flanked affliction, they're also distracted. Lowers all their defenses by 6, their number of engagements by 1. For most characters, they mean they cannot hold any enemies in engagement. I kind of like that, actually. But I feel like maybe it might be more useful. Coordinated positioning sounds pretty fun. Evasion. If we get this, then that stacks even higher. 25% of our hits are crits. Does that stack? I think that might stack. That could be fun. Let's try that. Actually, no. We have the thing. Let's go for something else. Let's go... I kind of like Evasion. Evasion sounds kind of fun. Reflex attacks, like AoEs and stuff, which we've been fighting a lot of. Yeah. What's a rogue without Evasion? Another talent. We should get field triage at some point for her, just so she can help other people out. But let's see what else they got. Cautious attack. Less attack speed, more deflection. Or just flat out more deflection. Well, since we got riposte with her, I could take one of these just to increase her deflection a little bit. It might come in handy. Yeah, let's take one of... We have 6 more levels anyway, so we're getting like 3 more of these. So I think let's get superior deflection once. Can you get it multiple times? Who knows? Might as well increase the mechanics a lot, because she's going to help us out with... She might even bypass our character. Actually... Stealth, because rogue and sneaky. Withering Strike. Once per encounter, inflicts damage and weakens the target. They are weakened. Might and Con reduced by 2, movement reduced by 1, Fortitude and Will by 20. Fearsome Strike. Greatly hinder an opponent targeting areas crucially important to their ability to fight. Extra damage as well as weakening and hobbling. This is once per rest, whereas this is once per encounter. It seems like we're going with a lot of passive stuff for her, so we might just stick with that. I kind of like the damage over time as well. Kind of fun. The positioning is actually pretty cool as well. We could nab this, but at the same time, like I said, we already have got the talent for it, so it's a lower priority, even though it would be interesting to stack it. I guess Deep Wounds could be fun. Damage over time. Yeah. Why not? I really wish that there was, like, music still while we're leveling a character, so it's just not this dead silence. I guess we'll get field triage just so she can help people regain their health, because we kind of need it. That is the right one, right? I think so. Yeah. Friendly target, non-vessel. Yeah. Because the other one is wound binding, which is self only. But field triage, that's what we want. Yes, more stealth, because if we have high stealth, then she can pull off that invisibility thing pretty handily. Smoke cloud. Small cloud of smoke once per encounter leaves enemies distracted. Okay, that actually might be pretty good. Once per encounter, it's a 2.5 meter radius. Accuracy versus reflex, 13 seconds of distracted, which is kind of good. I think, does distracted count for sneak attack? It might. Maybe. Oh, death blows. Size of a target making sneak attacks more effective when the target is afflicted by 2 or more conditions that allow sneak attack. So if we try to stack up things, then she's even deadlier. I think we're doing alright with damage. So let's try Smoke Cloud. That sounds kind of fun. Yeah, why not? So our main character has 11 mechanics. So I'm going to keep this here because we might do traps with her, but quick switch arms, nope. Fast runner, hold line. You could give her one of these things. even though she is immune to dominate, she's immune to stun, or not stun, maybe stun, sickened. She's immune to a few things because she is a robot. I don't know what weapon we're using for her, so I'm not going to pick a weapon focus. Right now we just kind of threw whatever. We have a rapier, I think, on her. Does that fall under noble? Yeah, I'm not fully committed to a weapon set yet, so not yet. Slayer, interrupting blows, vulnerable. Oh yeah, that's those. Bloody slaughter. How about one of these? Let's go for just a defensive one, I guess. Extra reflex, maybe. Sound good? Yeah, cause I'm not, again, not sold. Savage attack. Extra damage, more accuracy, and venom strike, actually. Raw damage. 3 per rest? That's not bad. Give her gunner if her ranged weapon's going to be a crossbow, arbalist, or gun. Yeah, because I maybe we'll commit to having sort of a heavier weapon. We can give her a crossbow then for good range. Sure, why not? Fuck it, gunner. We have now a new ones of sap from a primary attack that does additional damage and can leave the target stunned. Okay. Shadow Step. Once per encounter, a modal. A modal once per encounter. Stepping through the between, a rogue is able to teleport across the battlefield for a few moments. Oh, I see. Okay, so 6.5 seconds after we use it, extra damage because she's bouncing around the place. Actually, let's maybe go for death blows, because that could be fun. We tend to have multiple effects on enemies, so. And it prioritizes stuff that adds those. Yeah. How about death blows? That could be fun. Really focus her for damage. Now, 14th level here. Just a ton of stealth. Why not? Interrupting blows could be fun. Vulnerable attacks, slaughter. A lot of these we know, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of interesting. How about we can get her a Gallant's Focus, an Aura of Accuracy, but does it affect her as well, or is it friendly? I don't know. Maybe we won't then. Frenzy, missiles, a summon, wounding shot. Once per encounter, can hobble them. And it pierces a veil. And damage over time. You know what? Let's go for wounding shot. It's the hobbled and the damage over time. Yeah, once per encounter. Sure.
Right here.
Love it. Combat only, triage. Smoke cloud, strike, blinding, wounding. Okay. This is our team. And I'm just going to save now so I don't have to do all of that again. Let's have a little
Not a sound.
look-see around this place. Can we just... Oh. You know what? Just in case that pisses him off, let's... Note to self. Don't steal. I thought that would be the case, but I just wanted to check. That's why I saved. Because I was immediately going to test if we could steal from him.
Certainly.
This appears to be a crude rendering of the mountain surrounding Durgan's battery. I can look, though, just to see what there is. Okay. The weight that wins.
I will walk unseen.
Out we go, then. Hopefully no hard feelings about killing everybody, you know. We kind of cleared... I guess it's all his failed experiments. We cleared them all out. That was fun. We have a new friend. A interesting new friend.
Uh-huh.
Who hopefully isn't going to kill us in our sleep. Could enchant. She's got this. Should we enchant her for con, maybe? Resolve, maybe. Can we even enchant for resolve? We can. Resolve helps with deflection, apparently. Is 73 good? It is actually pretty good. Let's make it even more. Resolve. Enchant. Even better. We get resolve from this. Yeah, we can't really enchant a lot of these other things, can we? It's only weapons and armor, I think. Alright. We're good. She's good. We could have just given her this ring, but it's fine. In fact, knowing that it's deflection, anyone here want... He's already loaded up with his wizard rings. We can't give him anything. Seal of Faith, overseeing, nah. We have enough money, we can spend it on whatever, so. I think there were bandits up the road, weren't there? Did we ever check them out? I don't think we did.
Step lightly.
We'll deal with them. I'd really love if the music kicked back in. That'd be great. I love the design of this stronghold. It's very nice, solid, dwarven construction, isn't it? Let's go ahead and... there we are.
And then you hit your own father?
Not I. That was Isilmir.
Yeah, but you're the same person.
Fine cock's feathers to that!
I see your point.
Vroom. I kind of like this ominous horn. It is ominous. Hello there. Who the hell are you? A man stands on the middle of the road. Without lowering the blade that rests on his shoulder, he takes 2 steps forward as if to speak for the group behind him. I was hoping for another gift bearer. They always carry surprises. And we love surprises. By we, of course, I mean me and this. He taps the hilt of his sword. It'll be quick. Try to stay still. You fool. You really want to go for this? Alright. Let's, destroy them. Just absolutely destroy them. And try our new friend out.
Nice and quiet.
Yeah, so she's doing good damage. That's a lot of words in that roll. Yes, and she's getting... Oh, she used Withering Strike. They used Withering Strike against us. I see. She's pretty good. I like her. Oh, no you don't. Oh, we don't have enough to use that. Okay. I see big damage rolling in there. Maybe switch with Carrock here. Yep, put the rogue in. Tap her in. Oh, didn't even need to. That's fine. That's a nice wall of fire, that's... Don't we have one of those? Do we have Wall of Fire? I think we might have learned it. Oh, a great sword. A couple books. There's some drugs. Let's actually loot them all first before we see what that loot is. So we have a greatsword, Saint Edwin's Redeemer. It's a soul-bound greatsword for barbarians, fighters, or paladins. Well made but modest in design. The lone flourish is a feather pattern radiating from the hilt. Even this has been crafted with exquisite care. Each barb and shaft is a smooth, straight line beneath your fingers. Power and warmth radiate from this blade. Kind of got her doing double, unfortunately. I'll put it in her inventory for now, but... Singed Grimoire. I think Aloth knows all of these. Yeah. He already knows them all. Honestly, he knows basically all the spells. He's got a lot of spells. Actually, no, I do want the pig, actually. Maybe... Switch Conical that a little bit.
Yes?
Well, everyone loves just killing bandits. We did actually get a notebook too, didn't we? Hold on. Did it go into quest items? It did. A recurring signature on the page of this notebook indicate that it belonged to someone named Ixtli. The page contains an assortment of entries. Some notes list collections of items alongside their purported value. Other pages are scribbled with notes about the land. The map of the Russet Wood marks an important body of water. Next, with there are several underlined notes. They read, Notok Tlokotl, Formality's first, of course, and she'll come up. Qualamika, she's a good girl and likes to hear it before she swims down. Sitlak Kuala, just make sure she likes the fish for a job well done? What? Is that about the lake? We know about the lake that they dump shit in. I don't... Sure. Maybe we should go back to the Russet Wood then. Maybe that's important.
Oh, and if I...
The road continues climbing for a short distance before turning sharply down in the pass beyond. Well, there's this little watchtower. I guess we can go into here then. Because we can't... We can explore the watchtower and up by here because we can't actually enter the place, apparently, without a contact.
Let's see what we got.
Are there new enemies? Yeah. These were not here before. Ah. Okay. Off we go. Aloth, please go... oh, he's paralyzed. Okay. Endurance, then. This gives you, I'll retreat, and then we can do that. We can do this immunity to... There we go. Helpful. Very helpful. Please help our fancy lady. She is dying. Alof. Direct damage, kill it. Oops, nope. Kill that one instead. You two there, and you there. Let's get this spell going again. It's only a second level, and it's pretty good, actually. Helps heal everybody. These things blow up on death. I don't remember. Maybe give her a little quick boost. There you go. Those were new. Those should not have been there.
We'll keep to ourselves.
If it makes
Nope.
you rest easier.
Backspace, that's the one. We know of that wagon already. They were apparently drugs. Drug smuggle. One that got away. Abbey of the Fallen Moon, that's apparently for the White March Part 2. Because that's where Maneha is from. Garald's Helm. Fisherman's Penance, that's the other thing. Ooh. Let's check this out. Can we actually... Is it just take us to the top? Oh, it does, okay. I thought it was a mini area. As you grab the bow, it vibrates with a strange and familiar energy. Searching your pack, you find the silver arrow that you found lodged in an injured winter wolf. As you hold the bow and arrow together, the arrow suddenly snaps into place. You hear a crackling hum. A pale ribbon of light begins to form between the ends of the bow. Pull the arrow back, you feel a very solid resistance. Stormcaller added. Did we just find a really cool bow after we just did? Oh, it can only be... Oh. It can only be Chanter Cypher Ranger. Its bow is smooth and light as driftwood, yet as hard as sturdy mast. Feels warm in your hands, and as if one of its previous owners had just passed it to you. As you hold it, you can almost feel the sea spraying your cheeks and hear storm-whipped waves in your ears. Did we find a new ranged weapon, perhaps, for us? I mean, it's not nearly as good, but it is soul-bound. That's the thing. And how does this compare to a pistol? For her. Oh, it has to be... That's bonded to us as well. Just want to bind all the weapons to us? I think this is only Chanter Cypher Ranger, and we're probably not going to use Sagani again. Comparatively... Actually, no, I'm going to keep this bow. I like the stun on it. Maybe we'll keep this Stormcaller around in case we've run into... in case we use Sagani again. Or maybe we can get Kana with it. Although I think he has the gunner talent, so maybe not.
I'll see what I can find.
I don't know. That's from the other side. Right. So this is everything up here then.
Good thing I'm freshly greased.
Go over here. Please don't get killed along the way. I do like fast mode. That is one thing I really do love about this game. Is otherwise they'd have to move at this speed everywhere. But when you're trying to backtrack across the map, you can just speed up.
I will walk unseen.
I love Zelwa's voice. I don't know what it is. I like the bassiness of it.
Margaret's fire casts light
In dark places. Hello.
That caravan must have had a half-ton of steel. Coinmaster Zoltan's finally getting his way.
For now, the other commandants will have his head.
Only if they don't tear each other to pieces first. I heard Maroon and Exandru.
Maroon and Exandru.
Last thing I want is to get on Maroon's bad side.
Fine, just say the words then. I'm getting hoarse.
Just lost it. Carcassona? Is that how you say that? Carcassona? Fun. Is it a single player? Or are you playing with someone? I vaguely remember that game. I think it... Yeah, I don't know if I've ever played it, but
Definitely looks deserted.
I remember it at least.
Nice and
I
quiet.
don't know if I've ever actually played with it. Oh, play online. Fun. It seems fun, though. There's walls. You can get to these from inside. Looks like there's good things up here. Braziers, sturdy wall, doors.
Step lightly.
Anything fun? And if we approach the doors, then... I'm actually not even going to read that. We're going to read and examine and mess with it when we are able to enter it. Actually, maybe we You don't know. I already decided against it. Let's look at it at least. The wind and the ice have pried long, jagged cracks in the walls. The doors feel as solid and as cold as a glacier. Gilded panels are arranged in columns along the doors, though most depict scenes from daily life. Dwarves chiseling at tunnel walls, hauling minecarts, or feasting at long tables. One pane at eye level catches your attention. Its relief showing a crenellated wall, and above it an indentation in the shape of an anvil. Let's examine the relief. Peering closer, you notice that the anvil's smooth impression is strangely dull and smooth, as if it hasn't been exposed to the elements for long. Judged by the depth of the impression, you suspect that it's a socket for a tile or relief of some kind, and well-worn grooves along the anvil socket. Let's slide it into place. Fits perfectly in the impression. You feel a warm thumb in your fingertips as you snap it into place. I doubt we can... Yeah, it doesn't budge. So that was step 2. So that's like the key, and then we have to turn the key by speaking the word of entry. Alright, back to Stalwart then. It's a fairly old board game, isn't it? Carcassona. I think it's German as well, wasn't it? Yeah, it's from it's at least 10, 15 years old at this point, isn't it? I remember I had it... No, one of my friends had it when I was fairly young. Not like child, but younger, like French City. And it is over 20 years. Wow, yeah. I mean, to be fair, most board games are actually older than that, aren't they? Board games have been around a long time, haven't they? Like, look how long stuff like Risk has been around. To be fair, so 20 years for a board game actually isn't that old, is it? Or like Monopoly. That shit's
I think I'd miss this
ancient.
place. Have that much right.
Does anyone have any extra rations? I did some white leaf, and now I'm very hungry.
We have an interesting party, to say the least. We have a robot,
Yes?
a drug addict.
Tell me.
Yes?
Yeah, Monopoly, it really depends on who you play with. I've found. It's fun to watch as well. Depending on who plays it. Hello. Let's sell a bunch of this random stuff we've come across. Item type. Anything non-magical's gotta go. Except for a couple things that might be cool looking, like the ink within shields. Exceptional rod. Aha. Exceptional stilettos, get rid of I'll keep a couple Log of Faith stilettos just because. I think we might have accidentally sold Ingwithan daggers at some point, but it's fine. Various armor, just plate armor. Fine robe, exceptional breastplate. Yeah. Hoods, helms, plumed helms, Wodica hoods. Don't know where we picked up an extra one, actually. We only need 6, don't we? We don't actually need them, but I just kind of like to keep them. I'm actually going to sell one of those. Lilith's... A lot of food. We could sell some traps. I'll sell that one and... that one. Also these drugs. Because we're not going to use drugs. Elder stag horns. Some stag hides. I think we got that when the deer attacked us, didn't we? Stags, we got attacked. Got mobbed by some deer. Rude. Let's go... Oh, we can talk to our new friend.
Village was a touch livelier when I saw it last. Ain't saying much, though.
What do you remember about Stalwart?
Bitter cold and a persistent odor of fish. And that were just the people.
Why'd you want to come back anyway?
Anything's better than Galvino's workshop. You ain't heard the old buzzard sing. Anyway, what about you? We seen lots coming through, trying to crack the battery, but no watchers.
She looks back at you, her black eyes glittering. Stalwart needed my help.
The do-gooder of the Deerwood. You're a rare breed these days. But don't let me keep you from the sights and sounds of Stalwart. They're easy to miss.
She rests her hands on her hips and turns to look around. Let's have a little chat. She said, Galvino said you murdered several people before he transferred you.
Effigy's eyes, that man loved to talk.
Her eyes roll in their sockets. Did you really do it?
Yeah.
Why?
Won't make the deed seem any kinder.
I heard parts of the story. Hear the rest from you. Soft hissing noise comes from the bronze golem. You recognize it as a sigh.
Mayhap you've heard of Coldmoor. Was a quiet, forgettable patch of the woods. Till a pack of rabid clodhoppers set it afire.
Fingers of one hand twitch and click against one another in a pair of sudden spastic motions. You're upset. Sudden burst of heat flares from her seams as her essence surges and
A
boils.
farmer on the other side of the mountains woke up one day with his hand aflame and took it for the gibbering speech of his god.
Oh yeah, we heard a little bit about this in with Aethys, or his so-called champion. Weird one.
And so did a few thousand of his countrymen. So when he tired of Vorlus fields and marched west, a horde of armed hicks followed.
I'm about Wadwin the Saints War.
Bunch of fool nonsense is what I'm talking about. But others have called it the same. If you know that much, then you've heard of Coldmoor. Ours was the village that let a few thousand of Widewind's troops pass through.
Yep. Probably didn't have much choice,
Tried
did they?
telling a few hundred crazed Deerwoodans. We got news of the raid Sarans coming through the mountains. Begged the Duke for help, we did.
She sees one bronze palm across another, metal screeching.
Didn't send us so much as a bare-ass novitiate. They went to towns with full coffers and lofty connections. So we let Widewind soldiers pass. Left him for the Duke to wrangle on his own terms.
So Coldmoor was purged in
It
retaliation.
was after the Godhammer made a fine grid out of Widewind, when Deerwoodans were running on rage and looking for something to burn.
You catch glimmers and glints at her seams as razor-thin wires pull tight within her body.
They came at dark, hundreds of folk. Every one of them wanted someone lost in the war. Must have decided it was our duty to escort their dead back to the wheel. They didn't light their torches till they had us surrounded. Time we saw them, there was a ring of fire closing around us.
She pauses and a mechanism in the back of her head, or a skull, clicks dully.
I woke, ran to the window. Whole village were a maze of flames. Couldn't see nothing for the smoke. and the screams.
Her thumb spasms to a strange rhythmic beat.
Most ran for the streets, got caught by the mob. Others hid, let their houses burn down around them.
We are benevolent, so we apologize.
You're the only person in the Deerwood who thinks so. Me, I'm surprised the Duke didn't make our massacre a festival day.
What does that have to do with your crimes, though?
Hunting down the men and women what took part. Thought that much was clear.
Couldn't have hoped to get them all.
Well, we just gotta do our best with what time the gods give us, don't we?
Only kill people attack Coldmorn, right?
Sure.
Voices flat expressed as her face.
You want me to tell you straight? I found the men and women what destroyed my village, and I burned their houses down around them. Sometimes they was alone, and sometimes they wasn't.
What you up to? Well, I mean, we know what you up to
It were a mob
accomplish.
that destroyed our village, but it was just one man that burned my family's house. Kept hoping I'd get to him as I was working my way through the rest of those maggots. No matter now, I suppose.
Interesting. You and Galvino had an unusual relationship.
Only kind to have with someone like him. Or me.
You resent him.
No other way to feel about the man who flayed my living soul.
Fair. How long have you two known each other?
Around about 13 years. Too long, you ask me.
Claims he made you, and he did. He would have made her body.
He'd spread butter on bread and claim he made something. Never been accused of modesty, that man.
Her eyes roll wildly. I like her.
He managed to stuff my soul into this heap of bronze, true enough. Maybe that makes him a genius. Also makes him a son of a bitch.
Did you ever consider murdering him?
Every day. Just kept putting it off. It's not like either of us was going anywhere.
If she asks us to kill Galvino for her, we're absolutely doing it. Just, yes, ma'am, and then we kill him. I like her. What did you do for him? She regards you for several seconds and shrugs.
Looked after his tools, cleaned the workshop, swung the sledgehammer. Oh, and snatched up travelers for his soul tinkering.
The other golems, you mean?
But don't you worry. They were all bad folk. Just so you know, you got a real professional working for you. Yeah, I've had enough of him too.
We're just learning all about her. Why'd you want to come with us?
Stalwart's great this time of year. Beareth spells in bloom for a good 5 days, and the mountain squall actually blows the fish stench away from town.
She turns away, clacking the fingers of one hand against her palm.
Better than staying at Galvino's, anyway.
Fair. Aeloth arches an eyebrow and leans close. I've lived with secrets long enough to know when someone's hiding something. Feeling that you're not welcome in Stalwart.
I got a reputation. People in these little villages ain't the most open-minded.
Did you murder someone here as well?
Not yet.
Ah, not yet. You answered me pretty quickly. Something you're not telling me.
Plenty. But nothing you need to know.
And our intellect supposed to believe that you came all the way to Stalwart 13 years ago for the scenery.
Believe what you want. I killed a lot of folk, but none of them was in Stalwart.
Yeah. I mean, it is the place to go to, disappear, I imagine. It's the middle of nowhere. About Durgan's battery.
Just 'cause I made of metal don't mean I got any special fondness for smiths and forges.
Do you know anything about it?
No more than what Galvino already told you.
Any thoughts on which villagers I should check? That's a good one.
For fancy dwarven poetry? None of them ever struck me as especially literate. So whichever you can stand to get close to.
She shrugs with a rattling of metal.
And that's on you. I lost my sense of smell 13 years ago.
Do you remember any of the other expeditions that came to Galvino?
Nothing specific. Everyone looks about the same when they got their fingers up their noses.
She pauses thoughtfully, then her head snaps forward in a tiny, quick moment of realization.
Only the last group, one before you, there was something different about them.
3 of her fingers clench in spasm.
Couldn't put my finger on it, but they was dangerous. Almost felt the hair on the back of my neck.
She runs her hand along the smooth, segmented bronze of her neck.
Ain't felt that way about anyone
I like
else
the little
walking through
motions.
Galvino's door, that's for sure.
I like the details put into, like,
Murder,
whatever...
tracking, and the best materials for kindling. Those are more my area of expertise.
I like the little motions, like, that she does. I don't know, I think it's interesting. They're human and not. Let's ask the last question. What was your life like before the Saints' War?
There weren't much to say about it. By my reckoning, that means it was pretty good. Ma was a trapper, taught me to set snares and dress game. Dad was a tinker. I never had his patience, but it were fun to watch him work. My brothers and sister, they was good folk too. Part of me's glad they ain't here to see me now.
Her face is as blank as ever, but her essence ebbs and writhes. She turns away. That's all. Thank you. Right, real quick, let's just look at the ones we got. That's that, no. It's really just the fisherman, huh? And to find the soul ancestor. I think I'm gonna rest first, though. Get a nice bonus from the room here. And then probably take our break.
Certainly.
And then, yeah, we'll continue.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
Oh, we can read his soul. We'll get to that. No, I'm going to get a room
Top-quality
first.
bear pelts on every bed. You won't be disappointed.
The golden whale. Absolutely. We got a nice bonus from that. +2 con, might, and dexterity. Ooh, pretty. Yes, we have... I don't know if we'll do this quest or not. It feels a bit mean-spirited for our guy, but maybe we will. I don't know. We'll see. And then we just have to start searching for souls. But... that is where we're going to take a quick break. I'll just save real quick. No, I'll save real quick. So I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. And when we return, we're going to start looking into people's souls and searching for a long dead dwarf. Fun. So I will be right back. See you soon. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Let us get right back into it. Hello, hello. Howdy. Let's start with reading
Back to warm your hands, eh?
reading this guy's soul. Right into it. You see a room, dark and damp, a cellar. Looks like part of the inn rather than an old fortress. Through Hayfrick's eyes, you admire rows of gleaming bottles, recently dusted and polished. Step back from the shelves, you look on with satisfaction at a pressure plate concealed in the stone floor.
You got the look of someone with his teeth around a secret.
Her cold fingers are locked around your arm. Her black eyes search you.
My, but it's gotten warm in here.
You all right? I won't serve you if you're already drunk, you know.
He squints at you. Farewell.
How may I help?
Uh-huh.
We already have new dialogue with her.
Didn't think there was anything more in lice and hoarfrost to these folk, but you had a look back there. What do you find when you're rooting around like that?
I think let's just be open. The fabric of a soul.
And I'll bet you could do the same to anyone in this village. Easy as looking at 'em.
Seem rather interested in these villagers all of a sudden. What?
Mayhap I'm looking for someone. Woodcutter by the name of Harmka.
Doesn't have anything to do with Cold Morn, does it?
It sure does.
Fingers tighten to fists, the metal squealing and rattling.
He was one of them. The mob that destroyed Cold Morn. I tracked him to Stalwart years ago, but got caught before I could finish my business.
Dark, iridescent whorls appear and fade on her chest plate. Heat ripples from her metal carapace. Yeah, I'm with you.
This man, Harmka. I saw him outside my house the night it burned, staring into the flames the way I seen you stare into souls.
Her fists clench and loosen in a series of rapid, random movements.
I knew it were a fool's errand trying to hunt down every man and woman that carried a torch into Cold Morn. But
She twists her head from side to side and holds up a hand, the delicately engraved palm empty but grasping at something.
If I knew I got the one responsible for my kin and my hearth, I might could rest easy.
What does that have to do with me?
I told you he was part of the mob. I spotted him watching my house when it burned. But when we find him, I want to know if he's the one responsible for my home, my parents, and my brothers and sister. I never thought I'd have the chance to know for sure, but you could look into his soul and find out. You being a watcher and all.
How can you be so sure about this Harmka fellow?
I took a good long look that night. Ours was a little place with a yellow door right on the edge of town. He was there. Besides, I asked around when I first got to Stalwart. Townsfolk said that all the woodcutters in town took part in the purge. Point of pride for them.
A small plume of heat rises from a seam in her skull. I'll do what I can.
Mighty fine of you. Mighty fine indeed.
She nods again, her head bobbing along to a drowsy cadence.
Don't know where he dallies these days, but someone in Stalwart could tell us. People from little villages, they always know.
Actually, we
Certainly.
we know of a hunter, not a woodcutter.
Certainly.
Do you think that these ones over here know anything?
You too. I'm so glad you came by.
Oh yeah.
I hoped I'd have the chance to thank you properly. They told me what happened. God's bless you, sir. I owe you my life. I know it was foolish of me to run in there. But this ring is all that I have of my family.
I vaguely remember. How you holding up?
I'm managing. Fenway's letting me stay with her until I'm back on my feet. Everyone's been lovely, really. It was hard seeing what's left of the house. But Rayvold says he's going to see a hut raised for me soon as they get the logs.
So special with this ring anyway.
Sentiment, mostly. When he first settled here, my grandfather had a ring fashioned from the first batch of ore he excavated. It was supposed to commemorate his fresh start. He passed it on to his daughter, and my mother gave it to me in turn.
Alright. I vaguely remember. Undred, you are named as well. Hey. Let's read Undred's soul. Handful of memories dart across your mind like startled fish, leaving indistinct images and sounds in their wake. For a moment you're overwhelmed, until one particular recollection tugs at your sense with a stubborn force. You, or Andreth, or both, kneel on a stone floor held between two men. The man pacing in front of you wears the armor of a crucible knight. You feel Andred's half-hearted contempt for him, as if it were your own. You feel Andred's triumph, too, when the knight comes just close enough for you to spit blood onto his boots. The memory slips away from you and find yourself back in your own shoes. How about the other one? The whiff of salt and brine is in your nostrils before the room is even faded. The ground heaves beneath your feet, and a spray of ocean water roars over the railing as the ship heels under the wind. The ship shudders violently, and you're thrown against the railing. In that moment, you find your gaze pulled to the pitching surface of the dark sea, and see there an eye, broad as a shield, gazing back at you in turn. Fear and fascination sweep through your mind, even as your senses recede. The memory fades. Some kind of kraken? Are there krakens in this world? Oh god. Is that going to be something for the next game? Because the next game is very ocean-based. Are we going to have to deal with a kraken?
Something I can do for you? Halfrick's got me straightening the rooms, but I'll help you if I can.
Oh god. Read her soul. Uh-oh. You feel for Owena's essence and almost immediately find yourself wrapped in darkness. It takes you a moment to realize that you have plunged into a very old memory. Even as your eyes adjust to the torchlight, you find yourself standing in a gloomy tunnel you instinctively recognize as part of Durgan's battery. Don't be bad. Handful of figures in patchy cloaks and hoods, dwarves like you, hunch over a minecart. They're loading it with cloth-wrapped bundles from which you see the occasional flash of metal, the edge of a blade, or the burnished glow of plate. The other dwarves scurry, with a curious mixture of haste and caution. They stack the bundles in a din of muted clangs and thumps, following the echoes of their ruckus down the tunnel with nervous eyes.
Pay attention. Sooner we get this done, sooner we can go.
Your voice is a dry whisper, and your nerves tingle with energy. You feel the same apprehension that the others do, but unlike them, you relish it. Still, you look over your shoulder, just in case.
We're hurrying, Captain Gregor. Honest.
When you turn back, the others have redoubled their efforts, and you feel a pleasurable twist in your gut as they fill the cart. Being captain of the guard doesn't pay much, but it does allow you to visit the armory without raising eyebrows. And with Coinmaster Zoltan selling off half the battery's arsenal, he's going to notice a few more missing pieces. Besides, you got a buyer lined up, as long as you can move these goods out of the battery before someone squeals. As you return from the surface, you realize that an awakening will be permanent for Wayna. There'll be others in the town.
Sir? Excuse me, sir. You all right?
Yep, completely fine. Not to worry. I feel like that one's not a good one to awaken. We have to be very careful. There's people down here gambling, right? Maybe one of them can do something. Oh my god, that name, I don't know. Nope. What can I do for your Ogre Slayer? Looking for a man named Harmke. The ogres didn't get him. Expect you to find chopping wood for the stockade right about now, out in the russet wood.
Well, what are we waiting for?
The only way to be free of revenge is to never pursue it. Turn the other way and never look back.
They both are valid in their own ways. I don't know which one I would go for. I kind of would lean towards vengeance, I think, but read this man's soul. For a moment, your senses are overwhelmed. There are fumbling hands at your belt and your own low laugh in your ears. Oh my. Your shoulders jammed in the cabinet and aroused every time Berthwin leans down to kiss you. Oh. This is a sedate pleasure to the memory, but nothing in it has much to do with the battery. I see, so he has a thing with the man upstairs, does he? Or is that a different... Is that... Whose name is that? We've seen that name. Interesting little bit of gossip. Being a watcher is very nosy. Yep. These two have a little thing going on. Good for them. So we know where the woodcutter is. We have to look around for another soul, and it's probably all named people.
Nothing.
That's what I like about you.
Beg your pardon?
You don't talk much.
If you weren't gonna fetch the liquor for me, you didn't have to tell Havrick about it. Now he's banned me from the inn altogether.
Sorry, I figured it'd keep you out of trouble.
Out of trouble? It was only a drink. Now I get to die sober when the ogres come back. Right, fair enough. What do you want?
Let's read his soul. The snowy path peels away, and the brisk air gives way to the acrid stench of smoke. Dark cloud builds up from the remains of a burning house at the far edge of a rocky field. You are low to the ground, held in place, and above you the wind tugs embers back and forth like firebugs.
Not so brave now, are you?
The vision in your left eye is clouded, such that the figure standing over you is a collection of rough smears of black, cast in silhouette by the fire. And he says that a dark shape swings towards your face, and the subsequent burst of agony jars you out of the memory and back into your own skin.
What? Did I spill something on myself?
Interesting. Teldor? Okay, no, we can't read him. Whose are these houses? Tana's, Renegild. Who's Tana? Again. Looking for a dwarven soul that's not going to be a thief or a murderer or just anything bad. We want someone who's good, in a way. Relatively.
How to speak up? My hearing ain't what it was.
Her soul. Feel her essence humming and buzzing. Another personality instead of memories lies dormant within her soul, convulsing as if in fitful sleep. Contours of that dormant soul are sharp, ragged. You reach out for it, it seizes you violently. You're standing in a darkened feast hall. Sturdy tables and benches have been stacked against the door on the far end of the room. You know it won't be enough. A few dozen other dwarves from your tunneling crew wait with you, shovels and pickaxes in their shaking hands.
Sinove, please. If we go now, we can get behind the barricade. We won't do any good here.
He's right, and you hear agreement in the quiet murmur of the others, but Armswarden Maroon ordered you to hold your ground here. Yet in those rising whispers you hear the opening bars of mutiny. You've never tolerated insubordination from your crew, and you aren't about to start. So you heft your pickaxe and swing into the man's skull. He collapses, and the others fall silent. The acrid odor of urine rises from his body.
We're gonna go down fighting. Anyone who feels differently can settle it with me right now.
Your voice is hoarse from hours of shouting orders, but no one else moves. They cast their eyes down at the flickering torchlight. Something thuds against the door. The others raise their weapons, picks, shovels, and a few swords, but they don't dare flinch. Your own pulse pounds at your temples. You pull back from Tana's soul, but you feel Zenov's wrath and ferocity tugging at you still. Her essence thrashes, lashing out at an unseen enemy. Zenov is powerful, but dangerous too. Her fury has anchored her to old and threatening memories. Okay. That one is a possibility, but they might be a little dangerous, but they are very classically dwarven, aren't they? Hold your ground and die for your general or king or whatever. But I don't know.
Wow. So it doesn't even bother you that most of your people died.
Then Alpaska learned to embrace death.
And the remaining few were enslaved?
As long as the spirit is free, bonds of the flesh do us no harm.
You got to tell me how you do it.
I will show you. Come, let us find a mass grave to sleep in.
No. That doesn't sound very pleasant, does it? Hidoran. Nope, can't do his soul. I don't think there was anyone up here. I just want to be thorough. None of these people are here still. Awakening a person isn't going to necessarily hurt them, as long as it's a relatively pleasant soul. Probably. Yeah, there is no one here to be expected. None of them. They all left. We have two options. There's probably at least one more. There's got to be three at least. Maybe even four.
This is going to be
No.
fantastic. Just wait till they hear about this back home.
Let's check out the fishery. We have to come in here at night. We have to make sure to come here at night to do this quest. We might as well, just to look around and see what's going on. But maybe there's someone in here that we can read a soul of.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
Clerk? No, nothing.
What are you doing here?
Read his soul. Reach his essence, you find yourself wrapped in the cold embrace of a snowstorm. Fresh through the snow, each step labors to your numb feet. Keep your head down against the wind. Your back is bent under a heavy burden. It is the frozen lake and the hole you made in it. Your feet crunch on the ice. You wait and secretly hope for the telltale crack beneath you. Your village distant and dark behind you. You would sink and none would know. At least that would free you of the heavy churning feeling in your gut. Yet you reach the hole and the ice is still steady under you. You have the burden off your shoulders, cradling it, cradling her in your arms. She's wrapped in nets and weighted with stones. You wish one of the priests of Andra were here with solemn words and the assurance of ceremony. Instead, you slip a bracelet off her wrist. Andra will have her body, and you will carry this reminder. You slide the bundle into the water and watch it sink, as it dwindles to nothing more than a dark stain beneath the ice. Feel a scratching in your throat and hear the wind moaning in your ear.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It takes you a moment to realize that you're hearing your own voice muttering this. Surface from the vision. Whatever it is has nothing to do with Durgan's battery. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Same, to be honest. It sounds like you had a long day, so it's very fair. And you are, I think it's still 6 hours, right? Because daylight saving times equalized everything. So it's getting a little late. Is the other one of them one of these two? One of these two. I like the kid in this. I think he was funny. He's amusing. Renengild and Uldrick.
You did right in parlaying with Baragon. Don't know that anyone else here is going to see it that way, but I thought you should know.
Read his soul. Reach for Uldrick's essence and find yourself staring at a fence post lying in a filthy slush of frozen mud. Snow gathers around your legs and trickles into your boots. A wind nips at you, even through layers of fur. You hold a wood chisel in one numb hand and a mallet in the other. Kneeling over the fence post, you get to work. Hour after hour, you hammer away, feeling the tools grow heavy in your grip, as your breath fogs your vision. You want to do better work than this. You can do better work than this. No one's building new houses in Stalwart. Last table you crafted was put into the fishery, and pike entrails now trace the fine dovetail joints you so lovingly carved. Now you mend the stockade, because that's what's needed. The chisel slips, skidding alongside your hand. You gasp, but you hold up your hand and see, much to your relief, all 5 fingers wiggling back at you. You need to get out of this town. Pull back from his soul. He's still staring into the fire, seemingly lost in his own memories.
Something else you need?
Okay.
I
So,
take it you've
nothing on
met
him.
Galvino.
We're not doing that because we just told her to, be more honest, get a better life. Examine her soul. Looking through her eyes upon a time-faded memory, you're sitting in the inn. The room is stifling, but it's the body heat of so many furious villagers, not the neglected fire pit, that's drawn sweat from your pores. Your husband waits by the door, about as far as he can get from the assembly. He holds Uldrick, whose cheeks are bright as he watches the adults bicker with wide, fearful eyes. Never realized how badly your neighbors stank, but something rank and repulsive rises from them as they pack together in this room.
How much did the old snake pay you, Sinahio?
It's Grinda, the head fisherman, jabbing a furious finger towards the back of the room. Sinahiod, your erstwhile mayor, squirms in a corner, pinned by the accusing stares of the entire village. Oh, those eyes. They're cruel, porcine eyes. They're watching Sinahod with the dumb gluttony of hogs staring at fodder. The only sight that turns your stomach more is Sinahod himself, trying to wriggle free of his own lies.
Maestro Galvino and I came to an agreement. It was for the good of Stalwart. I thought...
It's about her.
You thought you'd let a killer walk among us?
Cries of fierce agreement rise from the others, what began as a collective grumbling is swelling and congealing like storm clouds. Look back to your husband. He's whispering to Uldric, but when you catch his eye, he directs a silent supplication to you.
Let's go.
A wet smack draws your attention back to the other end of the room. Someone's thrown a potato. Okay. Sinahod cringes and rubs his jaw. You want to shout them all for this nonsense and waste, but you know this is about to get worse. Stalwart will have blood, and Galvino in his horror had the sense to flee already. Turn again, your husband's beckoning you with swift chopping motions, but what stops your breath is Uldric. His little eyes are fixed on the churning mob, and you knew ever since you started hearing about those hideous purges that he'd see something like this one day. But did it have to be so soon? What drove that devil woman to madness? Now his little eyes have gotten big enough to swallow the whole scene. Now he's seeing you as a part of it. You want to leave now, but if you do, this is what your boy will remember. Cowardice and madness. About people, about Stalwart, about you. The people around you jostle and bark in their rage. They're dangerous animals, but animals nonetheless. They just need to be led. So you push your way to the end of the room. Sinahod trembles in a puddle of his own,
Enough.
Your voice boils up from your throat. The others fall silent, watching you. They listen, dumbly trusting, as you turn Sinahod's death sentence into an exile. No one contradicts you when you explain that he's going to march out of this village alone and into whatever miserable hamlet will have him. They silently agree when you explain that their hands are too clean for the likes of him. But there's something else forming behind their eyes, a kernel of trust and dependence. Feel it curdling around you, encasing you like a pearl does sand. You only want to spare Sinahod's life, not volunteer for his job, but you see so much fear simmering through just beneath their expressions. Fear at godmen marching through the mountains, at dear woodens in their purges, at dying the slow and lonely death of a ghost town. And you see their grateful reassurance mirrored in Uldric's expression. Perhaps his place is hopeless, but you realize that you can't leave it any more than you could leave your boy. The only person who isn't looking at you is your husband. He's shaking his head, his eyes on the door. That was a long one. A retreat from the memory, vivid though it is, has nothing to do with the battery.
What's on your mind?
Thank you. That was a very long one. But interesting. We saw how she got the job. I'm sure there's still a third one around here. But we've been kind of everywhere. We haven't been up to Thrisk, actually. Maybe check him out. Alright. Very, very fair. Should go, you should.
Have a seat by the fire if the cold's gotten into your bones.
Vroom. It's good to have you around. If you don't come back, you probably should. It's for the best. You can do it. Thrisk's soul is a vibrant, stolid thing. Stolid? Not heard that word before. You reach out for your senses, you see your breath begin to fog in the air. Is this gonna be about his kid? Of what you got? You're getting sick again. That's no good. Until far on the ground, wedged into the juncture of two branches. Moonlight's bright upon the snow. In the distance, your quarry steps out onto the ice as if onto an illuminated stage. Seal your breath and draw back your arrow. Warmth bleeds back in your limbs, frost and snow giving way to the smoky interior of Thrisk's home.
Welcome. Have a seat by the fire if the cold's gotten into your bones.
So he's not. Well, hopefully not. It's that time of year, though. Everybody's getting sick, aren't they? So it looks like we might actually only have 2 candidates. I'm leaning towards the old lady, because I feel like that might be the better option. Let's go check out the woodsman now. Check out this man. Let's see if he's the one that actually did the thing. If he burned the house down. And then we have to come back at nighttime. I guess we could rest until night. We could take a bit of actually it's night right now, but we're hour 26. What? Oh, are there 26 hours in a day in this world? Hold up. Woodcutter up here, maybe. Woodcutter's Grove. There's a lot of them. It's him, Hunky. Remember that weak chin and those knobbly knees. She stops, staring motionless at the figure among the trees. Or actually, it would be Isilmir. Bye, we best get primed for our bashing.
How goes?
I can't do the accent. The elven man emerges into the clearing and freezes, staring at the devil of Carrock. For an elf, he's tall and rangy, with a weather-beaten face beneath stringy, greasy hair. The others with him turn, glaring and gaping at the bronze golem.
Auroch's shadow. What's that wicked thing doing here?
Why are you so nervous?
It's a killer! Look, we don't want no trouble. Just trying to do our work.
Beads of sweat have formed on his forehead despite the chilly air.
We'd be much obliged if you'd leave us be. And take that thing with you.
Looks at the devil with a mixture of terror and loathing. Enough. What do you see? It's the man who torched us. Devil sways on her feet, her whole body moving towards the axes at her ankles. Though she's talking to you, her attention, a concentrated spear of essence, is focused on Harmki. It's Rita's soul. Steps away from you, but your awareness reaches through his trembling skin and the feeble resistance of his fear. You see memories. Snow-shrouded forests partitioned by fallen pines and firs. Days measured by the steady swing of your axe. Other moments, too, recollections that flare up like a hearth's welcoming fire. There are children, spry and lanky like you, but still full of the rowdy energy of youth. Together you scatter winter-bloom petals on a grave. You reach deeper into his soul. Years roll back. A torch in your left hand bathes your face and shoulder in heat. All around you are other men and women holding other torches. The mountain air is acrid with the stench of smoke and sweat. Rage billows off the others. It's been a fever in your blood for days now, exhausting you and invigorating you in equal measure. You're at the edge of that town, Cold Morn. It's hours yet before dawn, but the commotion has started to awaken the village. Candlelight ignites behind frost-crusted windows. Haunted faces peer at you through the glass. You begin to doubt yourself. Just then a door slams. A villager comes racing through the streets, kicking up snow. With his stark-white face and pale hair, he almost looks like a ghost. The line of torchbearers ripples as he gets closer. You pick up speed, but nobody moves toward him. Imagine him breaking through the row, shattering your ranks like the bad dream that brought you all here. You imagine waking up in your bed, the heat from your torch nothing more than the warmth of your wife sleeping next to you. Instead, the villager reaches the row of torchbearers a stone's throw away from you. A woman advances from the line and buries her dagger in his neck. The rest of your fellows shout. Rage, memory, and bloodthirsty triumph boil up in you. You all came with a purpose. You came to bring justice to the traitors of Cold Morn. Next few hours are painted in colors more vivid than life. Put your torch to anything that stands and your sword to anyone who runs. It's as if Margaret herself whispers in your ear and guides your hand. Exhaustion has almost cooled your rage when you spy a house at the edge of town. One of the only buildings that hasn't already burned. It's flanked by knotty spruce trees and the door is painted yellow. Yellow, the bloom of sunrise, the hue of your son's hair, the color of cowardice. Just then someone barrels into you from behind. It's a man. Someone you remember from the journey to Coldmorn, though you can't recall his name. He snarls at you, mad with indiscriminate rage. Curses you that he's mistaken you for one of the villagers. You smash the window and hurl your torch inside. The other man is turned away. You think you hear a child shriek within the house, but it's impossible to tell above the roar of the riot. He shivers as you pull away from his memory. His eyes are wide with guilt and fear. What do you see? Her feet are rooted in the snow, but her limbs jerk and strangle. It's not quite that simple. Look into the squalid dregs of his soul. Tell me what you saw. Steps towards you, strangely clumsy. Heat patterns streak and flare across her body, and the snow melts around her feet. I mean, it's a lie to say he's not responsible. He did. So I think we would tell her the truth because we're also more honest. Yep, it's him. It's more complicated, but down to yes or no, did he do it? Yeah, he kind of did. She stares at him. You hear only a whirring mechanism in her throat, but he leans closer.
What did you say?
What did it feel like? The torch in your hand, the blade you carried. What did they feel like? A wild inhuman scream echoes out of the bizarre machinery of her throat. Drops Harmony and his companions to their knees where they cry out in terror. Gears squealing crank as she rushes at him. Alright, here we go. Do that, and then we'll attack him directly. Frenzy. Yeah, frenzy, and then attack us. They're probably not going to be that hard of a fight. They are woodcutters. I think that almost one-shot her. 101 pierce damage. Yeah, basically almost one-shot him.
That's it. Spot on.
Yeah, they are just woodcutters. They're not particularly powerful.
Let's have it up. Spot on.
Attack.
Zala is...
Yeah, make sure to actually attack, yeah. So let's first, I guess we might as well loot. I mean, we have a thing here that unlocked. We have prestigious. The page unturned. But the blind monk's venom experience, a series of murders has shocked and terrorized the scribes of White Rock Isle, sequestered in their island monastery in the boot of Andra. They had little success reaching out to the mainland for help. They're renowned for their integrity and artistic talents. The scribes seem to be unknowingly harboring someone who is attempting to sabotage their work on forbidden books. Let's go to Kana so we can get a little bit of experience for that. And we now... I will save this now because we're not going back on this decision. That's what we do. But I'm curious about what she says.
Almost 15 years I've been looking for him.
She stares ahead as you approach, the ink-black marbles over her eyes fixed on some distant point. Her essence swells and swirls in the throes of contemplation.
All that fretting and wondering. And the deed's over in less time than it takes to tell.
I hope his death's brought you peace, even though we know it probably doesn't.
Peace. Now there's a funny word for it. I killed a lot of folk in my time. Felt their blood slick in my hands. Smelled their flesh as it burned.
She holds her hands in front of herself as they twitch and spasm.
And I always used to imagine what it would be like to have Harmka under my knife, feeling his breath come hot and fast, smelling the fear ooze out of him.
And?
Couldn't feel a thing. His fading pulse weren't no more than a powder of rain to me.
That is anticlimactic.
Now that's just a puffed up way of saying rottener than a shit-filled wagon. This body, it weren't made for feeling. Gouging my fingers into Harmka's wasting flesh, his screams just buzzing in my skull.
She flexes and unflexes her fingers in a few lightning-quick motions.
All it did was remind me
Of...
that this is a madman's fever dream. Like a prison. But no, because in a prison, you lay your head down and you feel the straw soft beneath you. Your flesh prickling in the cold, black bread crumbling on your tongue.
She turns her arms in front of her, examining the scrollwork on the backs of her hands with horror and wonder. Yeah, it is definitely. She's a robot. It's definitely.
I still dream on folk. I wake up some mornings wondering why I can't feel the floor beneath me, thinking I must have fallen and gone crippled. But then I lift my head, see a bronze corpse stretching out in front of me.
She lowers her head and a tremor runs through her. Let's try to... Sorry isn't really going to do anything this time, so at least you're alive, kind of.
I dreamed too of what Galvino did that night. Those moments. I'd endure another cold morn if it'd spare me this fate.
She rubs her hands together, tracing her even joints with her fingertips. What happened?
It was after I got caught in Stalwart. They'd locked me in a little house by me and the old mayor and his cronies. When a crowd of them came for me in the dark of night, I was only surprised it had taken them so long. Only they didn't march me to no gallows. No, they snuck me to another house on the edge of town, real sneaky-like. That's where I met Galvino.
He was living there at the time? I think he was,
enough.
right? Yeah.
This was before the locals gave him the boot. Still weren't a popular fellow, though. He was fiddling with some machinery in his workshop. Had his sleeves rolled up even though it was cold enough to see your breath. Never actually looked at me until he started fitting some copper helmet over my head. By that time, the mayor's goons had me trussed up good and tight. Galvino was having himself a grand time barking orders at that lot.
I think I see what this is going.
So while Galvino's fastening that helmet over my head and them copper bands around my arms, I'm starting to look at his contraption. And that's when I see it.
Her black eyes are fixed on some indefinable point. Her essence dims.
It's this metal suit strapped into the machine just like me. A cold, dead-eyed thing, all done up with fancy carvings and such.
The suit you inhabit now.
The one.
Yeah.
I start asking Galvino and the rest of them what's going on, but they're too busy to answer. Then suddenly, they're waiting, staring at me with that fixed, horrified look. But they ain't watching me. They're watching for something to happen. Galvino tells the woman nearest the machine to flip the handle. And then, just pain. Being torn apart every which way, feeling my soul peeled from my body.
Her limbs twitch and shudder. She pauses, waiting for her body to fall still.
By the time I came to, I couldn't feel a thing. Just this dull, distant sort of ache.
Heard the old man cackling and chattering when I saw him looming over me, looking down at me with hungry eyes. Tried to scream, tried to swing at him.
I think that was when I knew.
Weird that one line wasn't. That's how you ended up here.
Sure enough, and how Galvino ended up in that little shack. The rest of Stalwart didn't take kindly to having a killer in their midst, nor to seeing their mayor and the army Valians strike a secret deal. They drove Galvino out, destroyed a fortune in machinery, and wrote a letter to the Academy in Salona, ruining what was left of his name. Still, he's lucky he didn't get a pelting. The old mayor fled too, and Stalwart's been as snug and cheery as ever.
Now we've dealt with him, why stick around?
You're better company than Galvino.
She said in an offhand, teasing fashion. She looks away from you, fidgeting with a rivet.
Been a while since I were out in the world. Guess I'm keen on seeing more of it. Even if I'm stuck with a bleeding heart. Anyways, I've been wondering about that fortress.
She looks away again, flexing her restraint. You're acting unusually coy. quiet, fixating on her squeaking joint.
Here everyone thinks it'll have just the thing they need.
Takes a list off on her clicking fingers.
Those villagers wanted to fix up their brook downtown. Galvino always thought it carried some great secret of Animanson. And all them adventurers came looking for fancy gear.
What were you hoping to find?
I don't know. Something to help me feel. Or forget. Effigy's eyes, maybe just something new.
Tips of her metal fingers clacked together.
I just figured, with those dwarves being expert smiths and all, maybe they had something to unmake me. Put me back into my body.
We're not going to say she'd be better off as a vampire. Maybe we'll find something.
You really think so, huh? Well, ain't like you to blast hot air. Right here.
Well.
Oh?
Very sad story. I like her. I really like Devil. We don't know her actual name, do we? It's a title. Wonder if we'll learn it. Ah, damn, it's morning.
Man, I'd give you a taste of that fire you're pining for if we wasn't in such pleasant company.
The fires where I come from reduce metal to shapeless liquid. It's where your kind belongs, along with all the other abominations of animancy.
All right, you two, don't start a fight. I think she'd kick your ass, Durrance, just saying. Yeah, I am a bit tired, it's true. To be fair, when am I not? Just a state of being for me, really. It's 18. Yeah. I'm trying to slowly fix my sleep schedule, but you know how it is. Because it also doesn't help that I don't go to bed until midnight. At least. Though I do get up at like 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, so it's not like I don't get sleep. It's just been out of whack. I'm going to rest to pass 8 hours and hope that it's nighttime now. Because we need to go to the fishery around night. And I actually looked up the thing just to be sure that I wasn't missing any, and apparently there's only 2. It's only 2 candidates, so, because I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anybody. It's not nighttime. Damn it. Just another 8 hours. Let's go. We have the money to spare. Money to burn. Got what, 70K? To be fair, it is all copper, isn't it? It's all copper, so if you convert it to normal, like, fantasy, conversion, it's only like 700 gold if you go by, like, standard D&D conversion, so it's not actually that much. But in this world, everything's copper, so it is a lot. Perfect. Let's go to the fishery now that it's
The way you're always
nighttime.
clutching at that staff makes me think Mogren burned off the other one. That what happened?
We are not all so afraid of the fire. Some of us see the beauty of its work.
I like her. I think I found, maybe not my new favorite, but she's up there. I really like her. I don't know. Fisher, it should be empty now because he said come here at nighttime.
Silence surrounds me.
Now... Oh. Arda's bracelet. Bracelet comprised of many small interwoven beads and is held together by a fine silver clasp. Together the beads form a stylized image of mountain peaks. Reach into the barrel and find a bracelet. Thick ore of essence clings to it, fresh with memory. Feel yourself drawn into it. Remember, you stride into the fishery. The floors are swept clean, but the wood is still splotched with snowmelt and fish guts. Man hunkers in the corner, his head nodding forward as if in sleep. He looks up drowsily as you approach. It's Grinda. His face is youthful but sallow. His hair hangs in stringy locks. Feel a pang of anger and pity at your brother's debauchery. Oh.
Arda.
His voice is little more than a croak.
It's past midnight.
Your throat feels tight. He wipes at his nose and examines the mangled blood and powder on the back of his hand. He shrugs. I don't like where this is going, because he carried a body into the lake. Fingers clench around coarse, thick fabric. Your father's best wool cloak tucked under your arm.
Go! To raid Ceres, or Defiance Bay, or fucking Air Glunfoth. I don't care!
You hurl it at the ingrate huddled on the floor. Picks up the cloak and looks at it with the same sort of dull wonder. Wipes his nose on the lining. Sudden rush of fury leaves your limbs weak and raw.
I'll tell them. Mayor Cena healed. The neighbors. Everyone.
You force the words through your teeth. I don't like where this is going.
About what?
He mumbles, churning his words from a morass of snot and saliva.
The stealing. You think I haven't noticed the money missing from the fishery coffers? Or heard Tana talk about losing a golden duke?
You whisper, afraid even now that someone will overhear you, and the words scorch your throat.
You can't be found when there's work to do, but every time those merchant wagons roll into town, you've got coin enough for a few bags of ripple sponge.
No, that's not.
He rubs his red-rimmed eyes. Your own grow warm and blurry.
Stalwart tolerates your sponge habit, but they won't abide your thieving.
You touch your bracelet, a gift from Mother, plucking at the beads.
You won't.
He rises, steadier on his feet than you would have thought.
I will.
Stride toward him. I wouldn't have shamed Mother and Father while they were living, but I won't let this keep up. Your anger swells the last of your pity. Anger at him for putting you in this position, for doubting your resolve, for failing to see, close enough to smell his stale, sour breath when he pushes you. You fall, watching his widening eyes in the ceiling spinning into your vision. Isn't this just like him? Grinda with his fool tantrums, never thinking of anybody but himself. Now going to be nursing a headache for a week. Just goes to show you can't help some people. But you remember him, too, your baby brother, running through the snow, slipping, falling on ice, and you're slipping, falling, the table behind you. But it shouldn't. The memory ends abruptly, jolting you back into the present, your heart hammering and your palms sweating. Amori? That's the first thing I thought of. Fisher door creaks open and in walks Grinda, staring at you, and the bracelet. Surprise and outrage. His face drains of color.
You take shelter in our village and then ransack it like a common thief? You better explain yourself.
His voice shakes, as do his wide, squared shoulders. Galvino told me you're a ripple sponge addict. Seems you're much more than that.
Any who put stock in the ravings of that bitter old fool deserve all the trouble they get.
He raises his voice, half turning to the guard with him. Killed your sister, Arda, right in this room. He opens his mouth to reply, but the words catch in his throat. The guard next to him stares at the bracelet, recognition turning to horror.
Worth coming back for this alone.
Okay. Don't take too much pleasure in it.
It was an accident. I was a failure and a wretch then. But I never would have killed anyone. Least of all my own kin.
What do you mean?
I gave her body to the lake. But I kept her bracelet. To remember the cost of my own weakness.
He loosens his hand and stares at the emptiness in his leathery palms.
I ain't asking for forgiveness. I know I don't deserve any. My penance is my work on behalf of the village. And they need it, truly. You've seen the shape this place is in. Have mercy on Stalwart, if not on me. Let me do the work Arda would have done. That's my debt to Stalwart, and the only fitting way to honor my sister.
We can just toss the bracelet back. Look at yourself. Keeping the secret has taken its toll on you. You really want to feel this way?
Kept thinking I could get by this way. But I guess you're right. It's time they knew the truth about me.
I hope that was the right option. Hopefully. It is kind of our character's thing of, honesty, benevolence, We weren't going to try to blackmail him with it. We keep trying to help people become better, even if we sometimes make things much worse.
Big secret, that's when you go back and kill the Ketchmots, right?
I seek only to liberate my people from the Ketchmotl.
Oh, playing the long game. So they don't expect you. You're smarter than you look, Zawa.
A few more years, and the slavers will have died of old age.
So we have to go back to Galvino with that. And we have two options. The maid, corrupt and deceitful, make him interesting for the shy maid. Or a hot-tempered dwarven woman. I've talked to everyone in town, and there's only two. And I did look it up just so, in case I had to go elsewhere on the map. I think, from what I can tell, there's only two. I'm leaning towards Tana. She's the spirit of her seems like it would be better because, having the thief in the little maid probably isn't a good idea. So we're going to try her. Do you have anything to help? What would it be? Are we going to have to wrangle with a spirit? Or are we going to have to convince it to come out? Do you have any food that helps with, would it be for perception, maybe? Might help. I'm not taking chances. Don't want to kill this old lady. We have some stuff that does give resolve, I think. Hopefully we don't need damage reduction. We do have a little bit of meat. Untamed wild, prayer against restraint. Hey, we have this mold thing. We should eat a whole ass egg. Crunch. Item type, none. Okay. Sort them back. And hope for the best. Please don't kill an old woman. I really, really hope. Because we weren't quite well enough. I think it was resolve, or maybe it's perception, when we had to try to talk down the werewolf druid thing. I would have loved to help the kid. So I'm not taking a chance with her. I don't want to kill an old woman if I can help it. She seemed like a nice woman, so let's not kill her. By accident. Or on purpose. Don't want to kill her at all.
Got to speak up? My hearing ain't what it was.
Awaken, Zenov. Remember your battle in the feast hall. A tremor passes through Tana's face. Then her rumpled skin goes slack. With a racking cough, she blinks like someone slowly coming back to consciousness.
That name. It carries memories of death, war, fury, the taste of blood.
Different voice, so it worked.
What do you want with it?
Her eyes have grown unusually clear. This one's far stronger. Will devour her from within, replace weakness with strength. Glances at her and lowers his voice. But it may not be to your benefit. To be choose wrong, I hope not. I need to enter Durgan's battery.
Is this stranger? You think a Pargrin would so easily betray her own people?
Her hands clench and unclench her an imaginary weapon. Zenov's essence stirs with the same battle-ready furor you sense in her memory from Durgan's battery. She's dangerous. Beneath Zenov, Tana's overwhelmed consciousness struggles. Could do a little bit of lore. I don't know if we should lie to her. Although that is a pretty good one. Use her perception. You'd never betray it. Your loyalty's plain to see.
You speak like one who knows me.
Her fury abates and confusion seeps into its place. You test its contours for purchase.
Then you're not one of Zoltan's visiting merchants, or Exandru's foreign zealots. You're one of us.
Even as she speaks to the old woman, you feel Tina's conscience recover and steady itself. Okay. Okay. We have enough resolve to lie to her again. Faithful partner like us must protect Durgan's battery from Zoltun and Exandru's recklessness. Let us share the contact as proof of our shared purpose. That one's pretty good. That's a lot of... Is that because we heard those names from the ghost? Her eyes fly wide and she writes something in chanting rhythm. Hammers of Durgan ring loud, may the anvil's deep music resound. Walls of the battery safeguard our works from marauder and wilder alike. Okay. Abaddon's faithful travail by the forge and the fires that brighten the ore. Takes a deep breath and her eyelids droop. Inside the old woman's body, the personalities and memories of Zenov and Tena vie for dominance. Tena is beginning to surface, but Zenov is stronger still, her rage and panic temporarily diminished. Perceive both pieces of the soul as something fluid and malleable. I think we're gonna let Tena come back. Yeah, let's at a great sight, expelling the rage and charm of her past life like so much vapor. When she looks back up, her eyes are bright with new energy.
Did I nod off? My, but I had the strangest dream.
Shake her head and dust her hands on her trousers.
So much work to be done. Pardon me, but I'd better check on those miners. At the rate they're going, it'll be another year before they clear that blazing shaft.
Okay. That went well, I hope. I'm sure nothing bad could come of that. Oh, here's Kana. After failing to prevent 2 additional deaths, Kana and the monks were able to track down the murderer, a secretive scribe of the order the other monks had believed had died years ago. In reality, the scribe had been hiding in the catacombs beneath the monastery and progressively destroying heretical works that he believed spread lies about the origins of the gods. When the monks started to catch on, he killed anyone who raised suspicion. Rather than face punishment, the scribe leapt from the highest tower of the monastery to his death. In the scribe's subterranean laboratory, Kana discovered several suspicious vials of thick brown fluid. Monastery's herbalist identifies as a potent poison, saying they had been likely used to kill the monks. Got blind monk's venom. Blinded and sickening and raw damage. Very cool. And then we had payday and yeah. So we know how to open the door now. Also leveled up 3 of our people. She is very close. She's very close. He's very close. So it was just barely enough.
Yes?
Let's head a new level up. Level 15. Can't quite get mechanics up. Damn. Oh, is this the highest level powers now? 8th level. Reaping Knives. Cypher used an ally's soul to create blades of pure energy that emerge from both hands. Blades do raw damage, generate focus for the Cypher who created them. Allied targets summon weapons. Okay. Defensive Mind Web. Linking his or her mind with those of nearby allies, caster creates a series of defensive links between them. All allies in the Mind Web use the best defense of anyone in the web. That is very good. That is very good. I might leave Reaping Knives behind, but I definitely want the Mind Web. As for the other ones, body attunement. Nope. Yeah, I'm just going to Mind Lance, Leech. How about any lower ones? Area of Effect, Frighten and Sicken. That's pretty good. Psychovampiric. Stealing a portion of its resolve. Tactical meld. I think stealing during a portion of their damage reduction. I don't mind a body attunement. That seems interesting. We steal some of their damage reduction and give it to ourselves. And then Mind Whip, because from the sense of it, the Reaping Knives, they summon them as their weapons, and they are pretty good. But it has to be an ally's target, not ourselves. And everyone else has good weapons. The only way we can give them to is the monk, but I don't think that works because they're not obviously monk weapons. So body attunement, Mind Web. Let's go with that. Mind Web is very good. Yes. I'm doing it.
How may I help?
Alof. I guess we can do athletics just so his second wind is better. It's 7th level spells now. Or no, 8th level, rather. And actually, he only has... Okay. Whenever you feel up to it, really. That's all that matters. 8th level spell, baby. Cadabald's Black Bow. Summons a frightful blow that does corrode damage, leaves people terrified. Each bolt of energy the wizard's fire bounces to one additional target. Ghosty's Skeletal Hand rakes across the air, doing freeze damage to enemies in the area, leaving them weakened and hobbled. Superior Elemental Bulwark. It's a big damage shield for the caster. Steals 3 spells of 7th level or lower. Piercing Sigil, Minoletta. Whenever they're struck in melee damage, or in melee, the sigil retaliates with pierce damage, knocking them back and stunning them. Wall of many colors, so prismatic wall. Scintillating wall of varied colors, varied damage and afflictions on enemies passing through it. I like the exclamation mark on these colors. Ooh. Wilting Wind. Parching Wind blows across the battlefield with raw damage on anyone in the area. I like Freezing Rake, Prismatic Wall. Because the rake is enemies only in an area of effect. In an area. Enemies freeze damage, weaken, hobble. And the wall, prismatic spells are so fun. They're my favorite thing of any edition of Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, etc. Prismatic spells, top tier. I just love them so much, I don't know why. Plus it's really good. It's good damage of different types, can petrify, dominate, or paralyze them. Very good. Can master a spell. Master a 4th level spell. Death Ray. No. Maybe. These tentacles are pretty good, actually. Concussive Missiles, Flame Shield. Dimensional Shift is actually really good. I might do that just so he has a free per encounter, get out of trouble. I'm going to do Dimensional Shift, because it switcheroos Wizard and Caster, and it stuns people caught. Yes. Very good.
Hi?
So his masteries are now all of these, and more spell slots to fun. Now we just need to find high-level spell books, because I want every wizard spell.
What?
You, Durance, my friend. Spell Mastery, a free 4th level. Single ally to a bunch of stuff. Searing Seal. Prevents a severely wounded character's health from reaching 0. That might be good to have. Air effect immunity to confusion and daze. That's pretty good too. Enemy and air effects take penalty while burn damage. Or we could actually do that. If we can start out a battle with Triumph of the Crusaders, and that could be good. Actually, I like that. We've had a lot of it come down to it where we don't have enough accuracy. We've hit some pretty heavily armored enemies, I think. Some more might and accuracy, and everyone else has lowered accuracy. I actually kind of like that. And he has 3 8th level spells. Hand of Weal and Woe. Beam of Light heals allies and burns enemies. Pretty good. Symbol of Mogren. You put it on the ground, it blazes the ground with the symbol of Mogren, periodically causing burn damage to enemies in the area and leaving them blinded. And Watchful Guardian. Priest face become a wellspring of indomitability for his or her allies. When effective ally is knocked unconscious in battle, he or she will immediately be revived and have some endurance heal. So that is really good. That's an AoE of like a death ward come back to 1 health. And it doesn't have a time limit, so I think it's just the next time in battle they would be knocked down. That is very good. That's the case. Wow.
Yes?
Hell yeah. And the other one should get enough experience to level on finishing our quests as well, so that's fun. Everyone's going to be level 15. Speaking of quests, we now have only... those are the main quest. Alright. Probably for the best. Good luck, have fun. Fisherman's Penance. So that we just think back to Galvino.
Certain?
I'm gonna go get more food from the inn if we can. Me and a homies hate water. Yeah. It reminds me of that post. Hate the shower, but once you're in, it's like, actually, this is the good place. Out there, the dry world is the bad place. Old Miser keeps the best stuff in the cellar, so I hear.
Nothing like a pot.
He does. We learned that. I am going to, because we have so much money, just buy his entire stock. His cheese. Your cheese, sir. We should get more dragon eggs. I think we can only buy those in a couple places, though. They're good to snack on, though. Good crunch. Do you think we eat them cooked or just raw? Because, I mean, we just shoved an entire egg in our mouth earlier. Do you think a dragon's egg is good raw? Or would you still get salmonella from it? These are the real questions.
What was it like to have your soul thrust into a cold metal vessel?
Bad.
Bend over and I'll show you.
You
Oh
mistake
my.
I admire your pain. It is unique. A beautiful gift.
Oh my.
Says the man who's too far gone to feel any.
Certainly.
That was an interaction. I know, right? Honestly, I feel like that would be how you do it. And I kind of do want to just crunch the egg just to see. It's that urge of eating a raw egg for no reason. Wait, where God? Battery. Up here. Crunch. The salmonella poisoning. Raw egg, very bad. You'll get very sick. Back to the battery. Go check in with Crazy Golem Man. Like, there's a hidden stat of how many raw eggs they've eaten and they just die. I can think of a few games that would actually have that. If you eat raw egg, you get sick and die. Cataclysm is a big one. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, which I've been playing a lot of recently. I've gotten back into it after a few years. Quite a lot's changed. I love it. Because that I feel like that game actually might even have that mechanic. I just am not dumb enough to eat raw eggs. A debuff from just egg. It looks so tasty though. It's a giant dragon egg. How can you just crunch? I think a dragon's egg would be safe. The danger would come in getting the egg in the first place. At least as long as the fire dragon, like a red or gold, I think you'd be fine. You'd have bigger concerns from getting the egg from an angry dragon. Where are we at? There's still traps in here? There are. Comes pre-cooked. Don't eat a green dragon egg, because you will be poisoned and die instantly. Or a black dragon. Ugh. I don't even like to think of that imagery. That's fucked up. That's nasty. Alright, Galvino. We did what you want. You dapper son of a bitch.
Don't scorch you yet, eh? Perfetto.
I have news about Grinda.
Yes? Does the sniveling cur hide in his home? Or has he been exiled to a place even more frigid and foul?
Learn that he murdered his sister.
Diverus! The man is even more of a wretch than I thought.
His face glows with macabre delight.
What of him now? Surely the villagers string him up with his own fishing line.
Yeah, I guess he is leaving town.
Perfetto! Oh, I only wish I could have seen it.
Broad smile exposed rows of yellowing teeth. Is he leaving town? He's telling people the truth, but...
I will open a good wine tonight. As for you, take this.
Kinda didn't want him to leave town. I guess we... Yeah. Oh well. We tried.
As must the gods themselves.
Is there anything else to say about her?
Something
no,
else?
Okay. Okay. Oh, we have... Oh, not quite enough for her. So close. Okay, fine. Let's level up the Monk and Barbarian for... something. Yeah. Let's upgrade that for the extra accuracy bonus. Monk abilities. Okay, let's go over these. Long Stride, more move speed. Stunning Blow. Could be good. Clarity of Agony. Crucible of Suffering. Passive, more Fortitude, Reflex, and Will whenever hostile effect expires. Powerful attack that knocks them back. Target bumps out of the way and bounces off hard surfaces and knocked prone. Enervating Blows. Melee critical hits cause targets to become weakened. Soul Mirror. Calls upon the power of the monk's psyche, reflecting half of ranged missile targeting the monk back to their point of origin. Only attacks resulting in a miss have a chance to be reflected back. Pretty cool. Kind of like catch missiles, but not quite as fun. As in, like, it has to be a miss. Flagellant's Path. Blink of an eye streaks toward a distant target, inflicting temple crush damage. Penalties to all defenses on anyone in his or her path. Skyward Quick Kick. We've seen that one before. Launches a target in the air, slamming them back down to the ground and leaving them prone. I like that because it doesn't require wounds, so we can open with that. Resonant Touch. I think this is a new one. Once per encounter, sympathetic response between the monk and his or her target. Successive strikes increase the intensity of the resonance. At a time of the monk's choosing, cause resonance to inflict devastating raw damage. 10 raw damage per resonance. It's essentially a quivering palm. Long Pain, capable of projecting force from his or her fists, inflicting damage at long range. I mean, kind of gotta go for... This will be good for big big enemies, right? The only other one that I can see is I do kind of like these because it's this versus Deflection. This is versus Will. You know what? Quivering Palm. Why not? That it's a classic monk move, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
New Barbarian. Look at that athletics. Very good second wind. Savage Defiance. Once per encounter, regain endurance. Blooded. Endurance is low, more damage. Wild Sprint. 3 per rest. For 6 seconds, more move speed, more defense when engaging. Also by engagement. Thick Skin, just a passive damage resistance. Barbaric Shout. 2 per rest. Terrify, area of effect. Bloodlust. Passively, when they down at least 2 enemies personally. Better attack speed. Vengeful Defeat. Passive. When the Barbarian reduced to 0, they cause him or her to perform instant carnage full attacks at everyone within range. Heart of Fury. Once per encounter, each equipped weapon attacks every nearby enemy. That one I kind of like because she wields 2 weapons. Barbarian cannot be engaged by enemies that are more than 1 level lower than them. Dragon Leap's pretty fun, though. Leap on the air, crash down their foes, dazing them. Echoing Shout. Wave of energy causes crush damage, dazes everyone in its path. And it bounces. I kind of like that, but I really like this because each equipped weapon, so both of them, attack all enemies nearby and do extra damage. I don't know if we can get high enough level to get another one, but if we do, we're probably getting that Shout because that sounds fun. But that one. Alright. We have to be careful because we can't actually get rid of those traps, so we actually have to go to the battery itself. Open the door. Let's go out. Up and out. Alright, we have our little man. Little Lago Faith hatchling running after us. Look at this little guy. It's hard to see, but we have a little fella. It's our pet. Funky little friend. Alright, to the front door, let's crack it open. I feel like the battery is going to be a very large dungeon. I'd be surprised if it has less than 3 levels, to be honest. But it might. It might be shorter than that. I don't know. Of course, this is only White March Part 1, so actually after this we have a whole other half of the DLC to do, so it's still going to be a few weeks before we potentially wrap up the game. Which I'm fine with. I do love it. I love the game. It's a good one. I'm just very excited for Pillars 2. Very excited. Oh god, hold on. We have to see it. We have to remember it. Hold on. Hammers of Durgan ring loud. Deep music resound. Hammers of Durgan ring loud, and the anvil's deep music resound. Hear the melodic chime of metal on metal in the low chorus of a work song. As you strike the air relief, a single ringing tone whistles through the air. Your hand buzzes and vibrates like struck metal. Look back at the reef. The panels on either side of an anvil have come alive. Ogres and warriors of all races gather for battle. The shapes and silhouettes formed by flaring world heat patterns. Tiny figures move and dance, animated by the flicker and blaze of an unseen fire. I believe it's then walls of the battery Because Abaddon was the last line. Walls of the battery safeguard our works from Marauder and Hammer, whatever alike. Hear the heavy thud of some kind of mechanism loosening behind the plaque, and then we should probably press the wall? Easily slides for the slightest pressure from your fingers. Guide it up and over the anvil relief, where it clicks into place. Beneath is a deep cavity shaped like a dragon's gaping jaw. Abaddon's faithful travail by the forge and the fires that brighten the ore. Warm air gusts from the open mouth, tingling your cold, numbed face. Put our weapon into it. Shit. Try it again. That was not the right one. So you have to repeat the whole thing. Yep, Abaddon's faithful. Examine the mouth. Heat billowing from the mouth prevents you from getting too close, but the rim of the cavity and the tiny teeth surrounding are blackened with soot. Accidentally inhale some of the vapor. It's odorless, but it leaves you lightheaded. So notice that the dragon's tongue is a fire striker, hinged and attached to a chunk of flint. Press its tongue to light a fire in the mouth. Fire catches the warm vapor with a billowing whoosh. The dragon's eyes are alight, and flames lick at the edges of its mouth. A few seconds later, panel is sliding away from you as the tunnel's doors swing open to a grand hall. That was interesting. I really like... I got an achievement for that. I really like that. It's almost like a puzzle to get into the door. It's really cool. Melon. It's much more complicated than just speak, friend, and enter, ain't it? Since the presence of one of the other pieces... Oh, a last piece of the helm is nearby, huh?
It feels even colder in here. Something isn't right.
What are you? Statue of Abaddon is mottled and tarnished, but each bolt and rivet appears crafted with meticulous detail.
What have we here?
Alright. It was great to have you around. Good to see you. Have a very good night. I hope you feel a bit better tomorrow. Bit less sniffly. Great to see you. We have 3 ghosts. We earned this. Durgan Steel has lined our halls in gold.
We earned this.
Never mind. They're doing it
Durgan
for me.
Steel has lined our halls in gold.
Doing it for me.
Your vanity dishonors Abaddon and cheapens us all.
Abaddon.
These weapons are ours. Or have you two forgotten how to hold a sword?
These are the...
They need reminders that they're dead. I'd be happy to oblige them.
Ooh, fancy. Uh-oh. Where you going? Little bastard.
I shall make it so.
This place is probably full of ghosts. We found the war room. Hello there.
Damn you both! My generation built this keep to honor Abaddon, not to further your greed and ambition.
I've been saying Abaddon so much. Abaddon. Okay.
We're Pergrunin. Our forefathers explored and conquered, but you've stuck us in this frigid hall.
Paved with gold and marble. I won't allow us to abandon our legacy for your delusions.
No, you'll peddle it away to line your pockets. How much have you made selling our steel, Zoltan?
Sultan.
Again with your lies. You think I don't hear you turning the others against me? These walls echo, and...
Enough! I'll send the Forge Guardians on both of you if that's what it takes.
Well. Oh.
I shall be discreet.
Battery Defender. Uh-oh. We're gonna have a time with this, aren't we? Scroll of Moonwell. Record of production. Here's a current accounting of this month's production. 20 long swords, 15 axes, 12 hammers, 7 maces, 2 flails, 7 full suits of armors for Forge Guardians, 3 additional suits of armor. The Commandant's remark on production rates kindly remind them that we received 3 different work orders from them. Vassel, Master Smith of Durgan's Battery. A note in another hand is written at the bottom of the page. What does Zanjo need with so many Forge Guardians? Keep an eye on him. Uh-oh. Good thing we have such high mechanics.
It's done.
Ooh, another boot of stability. We have a lot of those. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Ring of... We have... That's like our 3rd or 4th one of those. A fancy gun. I think you glimpse flickers of movement in this tarnished, cloudy mirror. That is concerning. That looks like a way up. Okay. This should be fun. Do a little scream. And bouncing missiles. Ooh, I like this music. They are... What does it even do, I wonder? Frighten. They're not all immune to frighten, actually. That's good to know. Let's move over there and attack everybody. Nope. 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 Go over here. Do this. I will move up, as will you. Yes. Oof. They are kind of nasty, these things. These ice blights. Definitely kind of nasty. Do we have enough for her to level up? Yes, we do.
Unseen.
Oh, they have just a lot of basic things, but also they have cogs, which are coins, essentially. Ooh, I don't like those screams. Letter to Zoltan. Esteemed Coin Master Zoltan. I write you in anger and bafflement. Have I not been a faithful customer to you? Have I not been fair in my dealings? But after all of our business together, your people turned me away like some filthy beggar. I arrived at the battery a fortnight ago. Frost in my beard and not a morsel in my belly. Barely had I unhitched the horses with your commandant, when your commandant Exanju came to meet me. The priest told me that I would be made welcome, but my profane business would not. In short, I'd have to leave at first light, my wagons empty. Certainly this was but a negotiating... Am I having... Hello? Negotiating tactic. I don't know why that word gave me so much trouble. Ugh. Told Exanju that I would, of course, see him compensated along with you. He left in a huff. When I presented myself at the door, it was Commandant Maroon, your arms warden, who met me. She told me to leave at once, that she wouldn't have my coin-grubbing hands tarnishing Durgan's steel. Now, I appreciate forceful bargaining as much as any man of coin, but I was cold, hungry, and put off by her vehemence. So I showed her the letter you had sent, inviting me to examine your latest stock of Durgan's steel. Commandant Maroon drove a rapier through the letter and sliced it in two. She then warned me that her blade, a fine weapon indeed, would be the last I ever laid eyes on if I did not hike back down the mountains at once. There's a K missing, I think. Never had I endured such humiliation and expense, only to return home empty-handed. To understand what has passed between you and your associates, but I urge you to take charge. I fear the other commandants will be your undoing, indeed, that of all Durgan's battery, if you do not deal with them swiftly and decisively. Yours, Mestre Aneto of Kitsaro. Interesting. Sneaky. Chest book. little bit of drugs, I think that is. One moment, please. Sorry about that. There was someone at the door, I think. Well, I don't think there was. Just a random, do you like your electric bill or fucking whatever, those people? Ugh, there's a lot down there. This should be fun. Okay. Gonna just run in there. Oh wait, no, we should level first. Let's level her up. We're actually hiring mechanics for our main guy, and there's no real hope of catching up, so I'm gonna probably wait till stealth. So we have, is there anything new? Feigned death is a new one. Slaps to the ground, pretends to be out of a fight, regaining endurance and biding their time till the moment's right to return to battle. They stand up, they become invisible for a short period of time. That is interesting. But I don't mind dirty fighting. That does sound good. How about this one? I had my eye on this one earlier. The rogue switches positions with a nearby target. So this is another way for her to get in the midst of combat or get someone else out of it. So basically, her, like we did it a couple times, her and Aloth can switch places. Just switcheroo. And suddenly the ones that are attacking the wizard are getting stabbed by her. I like that. Let's real quick just... It's been a very long time since we saved, so let's do that. So you're going to attack her. Actually, maybe you should attack this one instead. This one's probably going to teleport. I guess we should interdiction. It's a little bouncing orb of death. And I'm gonna a stun.
Right here.
Oh, Zawa should run as well. Yep, I knew it. Let's just do that as a little bit of a... Yeah. Oh, bouncing around back there. I love it. Alright, how about another? Send some more. Immune dazed. Okay, good. Aloth, move up a little bit. How about concussive burst here?
Zawa is ready.
Zawa is ready.
Let's burn this away.
It is healing others, it seems. We are being frightened by her. Yeah, a siren would do that, I think. That sounds about right. But we can overwhelm her. Ooh, what's that? Bronze Abaddon statuette. What are you? Voice, he's a traitor to the battery. Hello? What is this? That's new. Most of these crates and barrels are empty and several were overturned. It looks as if they were cleared out in a hurry. Found a fancy cloak and a bill of sale. Unroll the scroll and see an inventory of weapons and armor, swords, shields, breastplates, and helms. All listed as sold to a Lucan of Dunreed. Bill signed by Commandant Zoltan, Coinmaster. But, what is you? Many households in Durgan's battery had a statuette of Abaddon. Abaddon? I already forgot how to say it. Abaddon. It was cast in the White Forge. The original was made by renowned Uptapo sculptor. Yeah, I've already forgotten how to actually say it, so. Cloak of Minor Missiles. Aloth's got one in his bag. No one's using it, though. You give us scrolls, and you activate a secret. Yes. Also, should go down here and just loot this.
Certainly.
Secret.
I shall make it so. It's done.
Ice-filled chest. Little... Oh. Encased with a thick sheet of ice, this dwarven corpse has been remarkably preserved. Those features are obscured by the frost. Clutched in the dwarf's hand is a large cloth-wrapped bundle, perhaps a pack. User, hold the torch to the ice, making it melt. Set your torch beside the frozen figure. By slow degrees, the ice around the dwarf's hands begins to melt. The water occasionally threatens to douse your torch. Time. Enough ice falls away, you're able to reach the satchel. Contents are largely unharmed. A handful of stamped coins, some papers, and a scroll, along with a heavy iron key. Okay, got the guard's key. That should be the most helpful.
If I find something good, you can have half.
Rolled parchment. Maron's getting suspicious. I've got her sniffing after Zoltan for the time being, but she'll keep an eye on me. I and the lads put the last shipment in with the coal in a cart across the tracks, counting on you to make sure it gets topside. Don't mind getting your hands dirty, right? Is Gregor the one that... Hold on. Yes, this is one. Gregor was the dwarf that was smuggling and like he was stealing goods and smuggling them to, I don't know, sell.
I'll keep an eye
So this goes up. Let's explore the rest of the first floor, and then we're going to go up first because we have to go down for the quest. So, obviously, that means we're going down first. Up first. Ooh.
That's it.
Two of them by themselves, very easy. No, that was the wrong button. No choke.
I shall be discreet.
Anything over here? No, there's a thing here, though. Oh, I thought that was a ledge. It's water?
How long before the commandants come to blows? Did you see the look in Maroon's eye? Exandro had better watch his back.
A lot of infighting. We discovered the feast hall. Oh, this is where the dwarf that we awoke had their last stand. Oh my. There's a lot of them. Like that. Let's rain hell on them. And then catch them to meat to keep them in the area. Nope, actually we can do that to her. And attack. Aloth, throw lightning out. So we'll be doing continuous damage to the guys in the back here, which is good for us. And she's now super. She's enhanced. Super rogue. Throw some missiles. Endurance should probably heal.
Traitors, cowards.
Getting glimpses into what's happening through voices.
I'll see what's ahead.
Another bronze Abaddon statuette. Interesting. Getting a few of these. Are we going to have to do something with them? Something special?
Certainly.
Gauntlets of Puissant Melee. Is that how you say that word? Plus 10% melee damage. I like the deflection for her. Dexterity of might. We'll put this in the bag, but we'll remember that's there. A exceptional saber. Oh.
Zoltan's the only one with sense. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool.
That sheet sold our steel and kept the coin himself.
Maroon? She won't rest until our corpses decorate the halls.
Bronze statue of Abaddon stands over incense ash and rusted metal tokens. Looks like that was like an altar to them. I believe Abaddon is them because they're a construct. With, I seem to remember that, with no discernible gender. So they should go by they, I think. A lot of these guys back here. Where is there one that's a little better? Maybe chain lightning. Maybe throw some chain lightning out.
What?
That, and then throw up that. Just go through all your spells, really.
How may I help?
That hurts. Right. Just some simple missiles, I guess, for some of them. Just start them out. Like that scream. A hollow orbit scream. Alright.
And if I find something good, you can have half.
These fights are not too bad. They're not, easy, but we can deal with them. And they are a slow drain on our resources, so there is nastiness down here. Something's in this door. Can I go? Oh, that was close. I hope there's no fight in here.
He'll regret this.
Oh, Durgan iron ingot. We found the last of the helm. Yes. As it has twice before, your vision blurs and fades to black. When it returns, you find yourself on your knees, a shattered sword in your hand and a broken, battered helm in front of you. Your helm. You feel blood pouring down one side of your face, and you know for certain that you'll never see out of your left eye again. Right around you in a circle are other warriors, some from your tribe, the rest from an enemy tribe. They watch the combat in silence. You're going to die, old man. Your opponent is brash, but young and strong. You still think single combat was a good idea? You do. Last winter's famine took a heavy toll on your tribe, and your warriors were in no shape to fend off an all-out attack from its enemies. Single combat was your tribe's only hope, but not if you lose. Once again, the world stops. The memories trail, awaiting your guidance. I think, yeah, fake him out, pretend to pass out. You keel over, surreptitiously grabbing one of the broken horns of your helm as you do. You lie there, eyes closed, listening for your opponent's approach, trusting in his arrogance to come within striking distance. Pathetic. You hear the crunch of the other warrior's feet near your head, and a flashy strike, driving the horn upward into your foe's unarmored groin. He howls in agony, but you keep striking again and again until he's silent. Any warriors snarl and shout when they see their champion fall, but soon leave your village peacefully, bound by the combat's results. Yes, it's all coming back. My sister, my reign, the end. Oh, Gareth looks at his spectral form with a sad surprise in his eyes, watching it begin to fade. But I've only just seen it. It's been so little time to know what to make of it all. Farewell, Gareth. The wheel has no patience, it seems. Entrust my helm to your care. Find his helm in your hands, whole and unbroken. Hello, my friend. Gareth, of might +3 in retaliation. Once belonged to Gareth, a long-dead tribal chieftain. For some reason, his soul never returned to the wheel, lingering until he had forgotten much of his own history. Fortunately, you came along and helped him remember. Oops. It looks ridiculous. It really does. Sure, I wish there was a way to hide helms, but this is what we got. She's got extra might from it, and enemies that hit her take damage. Liminal space is added. Get ethereal helm, grand item, major items. Oof. The valiant animator Aseta, known for her extensive work into the properties of living Audra, caused a huge stir in Biagepe. She claimed to her cause that she believed all living Audras connected within the heart of Eor itself. The claim alone was not that scandalous, but Aseta boasted that she had created a device that allowed her to physically travel along the pathways of living Audra down toward their source. The thing she claimed to see caused an uproar among some of the more religious animancers, many of whom found the statements blasphemous. A few days later, said it was nowhere to be found and her home had been thoroughly sacked. Some feared that she was killed for her boast. Others feared that her statements were pure fact, that Aseta escaped the wrath of her colleagues by using her invention to permanently step into the between. I'll let Palagina take over, I guess. We just did Kana for a mission.
To whispers and shadows.
Do not remove any equipment from the armor without permission from Arms Warden Maroon or Captain Gregor. Oh, he was a captain. Yeah, that's right. He was a guard captain, wasn't he? Minor spell Girdle of the Driving Wave. This belt, etched with cresting waves, carries a powerful enchantment which allows the wearer to send out a burst of arcane force in a circle around them. The burst hits foes like a crashing wave, often taking them off their feet. Really? That's fun. I feel like her being in the middle of everything with a knockdown ability would be fun. She does lose a touch of that, so instead, perhaps Perception, Resolve, Dex. That would just give her 1 Dex. You know what? No, she's fine. She's completely fine. This thing, though, I kind of want burning. Just a nice standard... Oh, corrosive. Corrosive's fine. Unlock, please. No. First, let us save. just in case it outright kills us. But also, let's bring Durance in here, just in case we need a little bit of a support. Have him on standby with a heal.
These wounds run.
Yep. I knew it. Yeah, technically combat started, but not really. Because there was a combat effect happening.
Yes.
We're fine. Now we can just field triage ourselves. And just like that... Ooh, what are you? Fancy. Bodgrotter's Barricade. Medium shield. 10% of range attacks have reflected back at an attacker. Thrust of 10 avails on a critical hit. This heater shield bears the Black Wolf of the Bodgrotter line. It was the personal sigil of the shield's last bearer, Mecron Bodgrotter. Renowned fighter, Mecron had a reputation for practicality and ingenuity. In his hands, his shield was much a weapon as his blade. Mecron had a particular fondness for taking on spellcasters, for his shield could reflect his foes' own arrows or spells against them. A blow to the face from the barricade was usually enough to put an end to further casting. While their Ungrader cousin went on to rule the Coldwater region, the Bodgroders did not survive the War of Defiance. Mecron himself perished in the Battle of Defiance Bay. His shield passed in the hands of a series of noble masters, slipping from common recollection. She's got really good accuracy, and she can still have a shield, I think. So I guess we can give her this fancy shield. It gives her a good amount of deflection. There's not a better shield for her. I mean, no, Within shield's too big. Or only pipe paladins. Large shields are a bit too big. Yeah, let's keep her with that. And exceptional, so her deflection is through the roof. Relatively speaking, for this game.
Margaren's fire casts light
In dark places.
Oh?
Let's manually back down, because I can't get these traps. Sometimes you just have to take a trap to the face.
Uh-huh.
Field triage to get everyone's health back.
And what does the flame reveal?
And this looks like the last... This looks like almost a shrine or temple area. Maybe this is how you get down.
We've got to survive by any means necessary.
We'll have blood in these halls before long.
That's... Oh. Arms Warden Maroon. Push the door, and a wave of essence ripples through the air. The ancient stones grind and grunt around you, and a woman's voice echoes from the hall.
Stop right there. You must be some merchant come to speak with Zoltan.
It's a pause on which the woman's wrathful essence gathers like a storm cloud on the other side of the door. The entire room creaks from the pressure of her presence. Durance, don't look at me, Watcher. Manipulation is your tool, not mine.
Our illustrious coin master may let you plunder our armory, but I've got other ideas for dealing with your lot.
Her voice is sharp and loud, like the slamming of a door. As her words echo in the chamber, the ghosts startle and flinch, glancing about in agitation.
Turn and go before I show you how an arms warden deals with trespassers.
What's going on here? Who are you? Looking around. Secrets. Exandru invited me, meeting him below. I hope that was the right one. Tremor rumbles through the hall, growling and grumbling, the stones echo all around you. The ghosts stir, looking around and shivering. Their eyes widen and glow as they light on you, as if they're noticing you for the first time. Just as quickly, they gaze away and seem to forget you once more. Now they seem alert, wary.
And what exactly did he invite you for?
Study. That's a bad idea. To learn their secrets, no. Business, offered weapons, paid him well, no. Because she doesn't like that. So is it a worship or surrender? Let's take a chance that she's pious. Worship. Came to pray with Abaddon, or to Abaddon with him.
Go on then. But know that I'll be watching you.
That works.
I'll see what I can find.
But we're not going down quite yet, not to the mines. We're going to go to the stairs. And head up. But luckily that worked. Will that make us too dishonest, I wonder? Nope, not too badly. We're still benevolent, honest. We're a bit all over the place with everything.
These walls down around us.
Good thing I'm freshly...
Going up probably leads to the walls, correct? Because we saw the crenellation, like the... Yeah, up here, the crenellated area here.
My hands do not look like that. Whoa.
Alright, Zawa, just take it easy, my guy. Upper section of the side of the tower is crumbled, blocking access within. Oh, they're lit. Cool. The braziers are lit. We have minor gauntlets of accuracy. Okay.
And what does the flame reveal?
And potion and more cogs. It's a very, very nice view from up here, though. It's an impressive fortress, that's for sure. So I think we'll probably save the lower floors for next time. Gotten pretty good progress made, though. I feel like we're going to finish the battery off next week, next time we do this. I think we can manage it in one stream, unless it's a proper mega dungeon, but done pretty well. Hope that y'all have enjoyed. Had a good time. I know I've had a great time. I really like our new companion, our sassy robot rogue here.
Right here.
I really like her. I don't know why.
Yes?
Yeah. Thank you all so very much for joining me. Everybody who dropped by for the stream, and everyone who will watch the VOD. I appreciate you all. I will be back tomorrow with the double stream for Friday. Billions and Oni. Their Billions and Oxygen not included. Should be fun. It's been a couple weeks since we've played them, so who knows what we're doing. That'll be fun. But yeah, so I'm going to wrap it up here. And hope y'all have a good night, day, morning, whichever. And I'll see you next time. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.